Good morning and welcome to the Scenic Regional Council Ordinary Meeting for Wednesday the 25th of February 2026. And I commence by acknowledging the traditional owners on the lands in which we meet and pay respect to elders past, present and future. I believe we have no apologies today. And now turn to prayers and would like to welcome and introduce Pastor James from the Harvest Point Church in Boonah. Good morning, Pastor James.
Good morning. How are you, Tom?
Very well, thank you.
Good.
We have a full house today, Pastor James. And I'll hand it over to you.
Okay. You ready for prayer?
Indeed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors and others, and all those that are assembled today. Lord, we just thank you for this beautiful region that we live in. Father, we're so blessed to be living in the Scenic Rim. You know, we have good quality soils, we have a peaceful place to live. It's just an amazing part of Australia. We thank you for that, Lord. And Father, we just think today that as we serve the people in this area about the Lord Jesus had set the example for us. You know, the Bible says that Jesus increased in wisdom and in stature and in favour with God and man. And we just declare that over everybody that's working today, that you will increase in wisdom and you'll increase in favour with God and with man. And you know, the way Jesus did that was by a heart of serving and helping those around him. And Father, we just ask that you make our hearts the same as that we can serve the people of this district. We can make this district to continue to be one of the best districts in the whole of Australia to live in. Father, we just thank you for all the wonderful blessings that we have out here. And Lord, we thank you that you would send your only Son to die on the cross, that all of us might have a chance to live for all eternity. And Father, we just ask that you bless the councillors today, you bless the workers, you bless the engineers, everybody that's involved in serving community, just with your wisdom, Lord, better ways to do things, and let the council, Lord, operate with a harmonious heart towards serving each other and serving the people of the region. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor James. Thank you for your message and the work that you do. And yes, definitely acknowledge we could do a lot worse, and are very thankful for living in the Scenic Rim.
Yep.
I wish you all the very best for the day.
You too.
Thank you.
Bless you.
I'd also like to, we do have a full or almost full gallery, physical gallery today, and would just like to acknowledge that we have visitors here from the Department of Local Government, and we welcome you to our region, and we greatly appreciate the work that is done in local government by the state, and it is more often than not acknowledged by the people at all state levels that local government is very much considered at the coalface by the people. So thank you and welcome. Thank you for being here today. We will now turn to public question time, and I do believe we have questions on notice, which I will hand over to the CEO.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'm taking it to the questions for public question time, not necessarily on notice. The first question is from Mr. Gary Lindsay, and it is as follows. In response to the question you have raised on 21 January 2026, I'm pleased to provide you with the following information. Question 1, will the CEO confirm that he will make public the full findings of the peer review into MCU 23-131, the development application for an 8 poultry sheds housing 320,000 birds proposed for Morang Lane? The response, Council will not be making public the report prepared as part of the independent peer review of MCU 23-131. The peer review was commissioned as a learning and business improvement exercise following the submissions from members of the community relating to the quality and accuracy of the development assessment process. It is noted that this application was subject to an appeal process through the Planning and Environment Court, the judgment of which can be viewed online through Queensland Court's e-court system. Question 2. Will Council note and acknowledge the Bremer River crossing proposed as an access for this development and initially approved by Council has been cut on multiple occasions already during heavy rain this season? Response. Access matters, including river crossing and accessibility, form part of the confidential without prejudice discussions between Council, the applicant and various co-respondents to the appeal process in 2025. Council is unable to comment on these confidential agreements between the parties that occurred during an alternative dispute resolution conference. Just bring that one up, Gary. The second question comes from Mr. Nigel Wastall. Just got to get that right. In response to the question you have raised on the 6th of January 2026, I'm pleased to provide you with the following information, and this is in relation to Gallery Walk. How much did the land cost? The original purchase date for the entire site was 7 June 2022 at 5.85 million, excluding GST. Council subdivided the commercial portion and sold it on 17th of Feb 2025 for 2.6 million, excluding GST, retaining the balance land for the development of a car park. The net purchase price for the land, excluding holding and admin costs, was therefore $3.25 million. Question 2. Who paid for the land? State, Council or both? Council's investment in the purchase of the land for the car park ended up being $3.25 million. Question 3. How much was paid by each entity? Response. Funding for the original purchase was from a loan and Council's cash reserves. Question 4. How much is the building of the car park going to cost under the current budget projections? Response. In accordance with Council's resolution arising from the January ordinary meeting, the total allocated cost for completion of the car park is $6 million. Question 5. Who is paying? State, Council or both? Response. The delivery is a joint initiative between Council and the Queensland Government via their 2024 to 2027 South East Queensland Community Stimulus Program. Question 6. What is the cost to each identity? Response. The Queensland Government has funded $2.1 million towards the project. The remaining funding, $3.9 million, is being sourced by Council. With the allocation to be finalised through the second quarter budget review for 2025-26. Question 7. The officer's report for the special meeting on 4th February stated that the contractors will deliver the remaining scope, including roadworks, lighting and amenities. Please can you expand on what is covered by roadworks, lighting and amenities, and do the amenities include the toilets? Response. Roadworks include an upgrade to the long road, approximately 150 metres, pedestrian crossing and entrance to the car park. The amenities mentioned within the report include minor refurbishment work to the toilets and an upgrade to the effluent system. Nigel, if it's okay, I might just bring them both up at once, so I'll go through the other one. Some additional questions from Mr. Wastall. In response to the questions you raised on 19th January 2026, I provide you with the following response. Question 1, what is the proposed expenditure for this investigation? Question 2, what is the proposed timeline for the report to be delivered to Council? 3, what is the proposed timeline for the delivering the results of the investigation to the public? Question 4, why is it necessary to have an independent investigation? response. Your questions are likely to be addressed under item 11.1, independent investigation into the gallery walk upgrade project that is on today's agenda. Any matters not addressed may be deferred to the next ordinary meeting.
Thank you, CEO. Just in relation to the response and the total cost of the car park of $6 million, it should be noted that is only for stage 1. Now move on to conflicts of interest, and I believe there are none to be declared. And now to announcements and Merrill minutes. And we have a number to get through today. Just very quickly, I wish to address the Council in relation to the ordinary meeting for the 28th of January 2026 with regards to behaviour and conduct. While I respect and encourage rigorous debate, and there is no doubt that can lead to argument or disagreement, but this, which is welcome and understood, but I refer to conduct. If councillors wish to ridicule members and conduct themselves in an uncivilised and disrespectful manner, they need to remember that their conduct is a reflection of themselves to all who see it and all who hear it. The longer it continues unabated and unchallenged, it becomes a reflection of this council. And I, for one, do not accept a reflection of that nature as appropriate to be cast upon the residents of the Scenic Rim. I ask you all to conduct yourselves in a professional and dignified manner that reflects the honour of this chamber, that we are here to uphold as an example of community leadership. Thank you. I will now pass to Councillor for Division 3, Councillor Moriarty. Vale Jesse Daniels. Condolence motion.
Thank you, Chair. I extend condolences to the family of Mr Jesse Daniels of Benoble, just outside of Canungra, who passed away peacefully in care on the 5th of December 2025 at the age of 89. Jesse's life was deeply interwoven with the history of Benoble and the generations who shaped this district. His great-grandfather purchased the property Benoble in 1867, and the family still hold portions of the original holding. Jesse's family's pioneering legacy, his lifelong commitment to the land, and his involvement in numerous local organisations have left a lasting imprint on the township of Canungra. Jesse will be fondly remembered for his sharp wit, good humour, and the warmth he brought to every gathering. Jesse's contributions through his friendships, work and community service, including the Canungra School of Arts Hall as patron, the Canungra Show Society also as patron, Canungra Fire Brigade, Canungra Masonic Lodge, Canungra Bowls Club and the Canungra Creek Water Board have strengthened the spirit of Canungra and the Scenic Rim. We hope that the many memories held by his family bring comfort during this time of loss.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like now to turn Councillor Division 4, Councillor Sanders, Vale, Auntie Rosalind Newt.
Thank you, Mr Chair. On behalf of Scenic Rim Regional Council and the wider community, I extend our deepest condolences to the Mullinjali elders, family and community on the passing of Auntie Rosalind Newt of Beaudesert, who passed away peacefully on the 4th of February 2026. Auntie Rosalind was a respected elder whose wisdom, strength and generosity of spirit enriched the cultural life of our region. Her involvement in exhibitions and cultural events at the centre and her unwavering care for the community will be remembered with profound respect. We acknowledge the cultural significance of this loss and the sorrow felt by the elders, the family and the community at this time. Auntie Rosalind's legacy endures through the knowledge she shared, the people she supported and her steadfast connections to country. We offer our sincere sympathies as the community comes together to honour her life and her contributions.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd now like to turn to Deputy Mayor and Councillor for Division 6 to speak to one of our major contributors within the region, Councillor Duncan McGuinness.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to recognise this morning Mr Frank Clan of P Crossing, who has just celebrated an extraordinary milestone, 60 full years in business in the Scenic Rim. From very humble beginnings with a single second-hand truck, Frank built a substantial fleet and became involved in a number of other businesses throughout the Fassifern. Those businesses stretched from, and I digress slightly from the written form here, Mayor, but in Harrisville, Arachula, Calbar, Rathdowney and Burner. So he has got a few fingers in a few pies, let's say. At the recent celebration marking this achievement, more than 220 people attended, many of them former drivers. It was inspiring to hear how many have since gone on to run their own businesses and how they continue to appreciate the start Frank gave them in the industry. At the peak of his operations, Frank employed more than 30 drivers and his fleet serviced much of southeast Queensland. Frank's contribution to the community has been just as significant. He was a charter member of the Harrisville Lions Club in 1982 and remains an active member today. His long-standing support of the Fassifern Rugby League Football Club, the Bombers, spans more than 30 years, with financial contributions reaching into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. I will also add that Frank was also a councillor on Moreton Shire Council when forced amalgamation with Ipswich. He did not seek re-election, so he did approximately 18 months as a councillor there. Small businesses like Frank's are the backbone of the Scenic Rim. Without the involvement and generosity of operators like him, our region would be a much poorer place. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McInnes. I have two additions. I'd like to acknowledge it wasn't that long ago that we celebrated Australia Day here within the Scenic Rim, but acknowledged on the national stage as part of the Australia Day Awards. I would like to talk to Mrs. Danielle Bull from Division 5, who was awarded the Emergency Services Medal. Council also recognises Mrs. Danielle Bull of Bunburra, who has been awarded the Emergency Services Medal for outstanding service to the Queensland State Emergency Service, who this year is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and those celebrations have been enjoyed and recognised throughout this month in our region. Mrs. Bull has served with the SES since 2006 and has demonstrated exceptional leadership during major emergency operations, including her role in incident control during the 2025 North Queensland floods. She is also a co-founder of the Scenic Rim Mountain Goats, a specialist in land search unit renowned for its capability in rugged terrain and its innovative use of advanced training and drone technology. Her dedication exemplifies the highest standards of emergency service, and the Council congratulates her on this well-deserved national honour. I also recognise Miss Susan Neal from Division 4, who was awarded the Ambulance Service Medal. Miss Susan Neal of Glen Eagle, who has been awarded the Ambulance Service Medal for exceptional service to the Queensland Ambulance Services. Ms. Neal has served as an advanced care paramedic, responding to countless high acuity incidents with professionalism and composure. Her commitment was particularly evident during the response to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred in 2025, where she voluntarily extended her service hours to ensure continuity of care for her community. Her dedication reflects the very best of our emergency services personnel, and Council proudly recognises her contribution and this distinguished honour. Councillors, these matters remind us of the depth of character within our community, of the elders and the pioneers whose legacies guide us, and of the dedicated individuals whose service strengthens the resilience of the Scenic Rim. I extend Council's gratitude, respect and condolences where they are due, and our heartfelt congratulations to those recognised for exemplary service. Thank you. I believe we have no petitions, so now move to item 9, confirmation of the minutes. If I could have a motion from the floor. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 28th of January 2026 be adopted.
Thank you. A seconder? Councillor Sanders. Put it to the floor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Moving to item business arising from the previous minutes, move to item 10 point. We've got two, of course. My apologies, time moves so quickly. Could I have
I'm happy to do that if you like, Mr Mayor.
put the special meeting? Thank
Yep.
you, Councillor Sanders.
I hereby move that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 4th of February 2026 be adopted.
A seconder? Councillor McInnes. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. I now move to item 10.1 and call upon Kelly.
Apologies, Mayor. Could we do business arising, please?
This is business arising, 10.1.
Okay.
So call upon Councillor Sanders.
I had to go back there for a second and check. Okay, so we've made a couple of mistakes on dates and we're just correcting them. So I'll put the motion. The item is 10.1, correction to dates for ordinary meetings to be held in June and July 2026. The motion is that Council note the correction to the following dates for ordinary meetings to be held in 2026 as referred to in item 11.1 of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 24th of September 2025. So Wednesday, the 24th of June 2026, because we had the 22nd, and Wednesday, the 22nd of July, where we actually had the 23rd. So I hereby put the motion.
Thank you. A seconder to the motion? Councillor Moriarty. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, could we go back to Councillor Hayes' point regarding the, and I realise Councillor Sanders had moved 10.1, but business arising, so we can cover off on that, please.
Sorry, Councillor Hay, you have business arising?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have 2 points of business arising from the previous minutes. They relate to my motion and the resolution of the 2nd of December 2025 re the identification of a proposed route connecting to Springbrook or Tambourine Mountain from a Gold Coast in relation to the cableway, and the resolution was that the CEO would write to the City of Gold Coast. Can we have confirmation that that letter has been sent, and if so, could councillors be provided with a copy, please?
Through Mr Mayor, Director.
Thanks, CEO. Thanks, Councillor, through the Mayor. The letter was forwarded to the CEO of Gold Coast City Council during the period that I was acting. I haven't heard or and not aware of a response back from the Gold Coast City Council at this point in time.
And can councillors be provided with a copy, please?
I'm sure that can be made available. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. The second one relates to agenda item 12.1 in that same meeting, which related to the Council of Mayors SEQ regional waste options. My question is, has Council entered into an MOU with the Council of Mayors SEQ for the SEQ residual waste project as yet?
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, councillors can confirm that Scenic Room Regional Council has now signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the Council of Mayors for South East Queensland pertaining to regional waste options.
Thank you.
That's all, councillor. My apologies. Okay, we'll now move to item 11.1. And just to explain to the gallery and the public, 3 officers have left attendance at the meeting for potential conflict of interest reasons. Thank you. I will introduce item 11.1, independent investigation into gallery walk upgrade project. And I will read the executive summary. The gallery walk upgrade project was initially approved with a $4.2 million budget, scheduled to commence in early 2025 and be completed by February 2026. In April 2025, the budget was revised to $4.4 million. In January 2026, Council was requested to increase the total budget to $6 million and extend the delivery timeframe to June 2026. These changes were accepted by Council at a special meeting held on the 4th of February 2026, following lengthy discussion of the project status and the contributing factors to the variations. As Mayor and accepting responsibility for the performance of Council and the outcomes, I, at that time, elected to put forward to the Audit Committee for an independent investigation. The reasons for that is that I believe that we have a responsibility to the people that we represent in terms of their money and how it's spent, and the projects that are approved by Council are delivered on time and on budget. If they are not, there needs to be a clear understanding why. Now, there has been a number of projects down through the years now that have not been delivered on time and on budget. Of considerable dollars, $6 million of ratepayers' money in relation to Brisbane Street, $6 million additional money in relation to Enterprise Drive. Other projects, such as the footpaths at Alpine Terrace on Tambourine Mountain. There were explanations given at that point in time, and those explanations have been in the past around COVID, around weather, around inflation, around timing of grants, around supply chain management. This we've seen right across Australia, not just here in the Scenic Rim, but the taxpayer and the ratepayer is losing faith. And we have seen an erosion of trust in all levels of government. I feel it is time to draw, or well and truly over time to draw a line in the sand, to address these major issues it is not, as it is considerable amounts of taxpayers' money, in this instance, $1.6 million, that they deserve a fully disclosed detail of understanding of how their money has been spent, or otherwise. The only way to re-establish that trust is through a fully independent investigation. The amount of money to be spent on this investigation is up to $50,000. It is not a significant amount of money when you're taking into account the projects that have not been delivered on time and on budget. This is a council that operates close enough to a $100 million budget every single year, 70 million of which is collected in ratepayers' rates and fees. I will turn to the motion. That one, Council direct the Chief Executive Officer to engage a suitably qualified independent auditor to conduct an investigation into the Gallery Walk upgrade project that would report directly to the Audit and Risk Committee in accordance with Section 3.1 of the Audit and Risk Committee Terms of Reference. And two, Council endorse an increase of $50,000 to the budget of the Internal Audit section to fund this activity, which will be incorporated into Council's budget at the next budget review. Can I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Hay, thank you. I've already spoken to the motion. Is there any questions arising? Councillor Hay?
Mayor, I'd just like to make a comment, if I may.
No.
No.
If we, as we addressed in the previous meeting, you can talk for or against the motion. Questions are definitely welcome.
I'll talk for the motion.
You may, well, at that time.
Thank you.
Questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
I've just got a question, if that's okay.
Certainly.
This motion obviously is referenced directly to the Gallery Walk project, which is publicly gone over budget. Wouldn't a consideration be given to looking at our entire capital works program, as we're aware that we undertake a lot of different projects throughout the year, and we're aware of some that's gone under budget, some that are on time, and unfortunately this one's gone over. So should the consideration be on our entire capital works, or are we just picking out this one project that we already know that's gone over, unfortunately, to get learnings across the whole range of different things that the council undertakes?
I think it's a fair and reasonable question, Councillor. My answer to that is that that's what we should be doing every day, in terms of ongoing management of all our projects, all our maintenance, right across this council, right across the region. That should be part of our daily operations. This came out of the blue. The project was commenced in 2025. We're here in 2026, only learning about a 1.6 million adjustment 12 months later. There are answers that need to be understood clearly, because the other point being, this is not a small amount of money. This is $1.6 million, over 30% of a total $4.4 million project. If someone's building a house for $2 million and the builder comes back to you and says, we're halfway done, but it's going to cost you an extra $1 million, what would that individual's response be? This investigation is not to only understand the how and the why, but also the learnings that you rightly pointed out, Councillor. So it is never, ever repeated again. Thank you. Further questions? Question or?
Yeah, question, Mayor. And I'm trying to, we were presented a list of maybe 8 items. I should have checked that figure, but I think it's approximately 8 items where it had varying degrees of where staff believed the increases had been. Had you done this before we had those figures, or was that, I'm trying to just work out the sequence of where when we got those figures. I thought it was about a month ago, but yeah, something like that at a briefing session. It wasn't a public, and I'm not going into the figure, the individual figures there that were presented to us.
Thank you. That briefing that was presented at that time, I had not made a decision about initiating an investigation. That came post the briefing of that day. That was a long session with officers who gave us a understanding how comprehensive that was, but it had identified costs at that time that were being spent out of the existing budget as early as February last year, exceeding over $500,000 up to August last year. That was identified, not the full detail, which calls into question, additionally, the reporting process of council back to the councillors who represent the public for a fully transparent and accountable operation. Any further questions? Councillor Cryer?
Thank you, Chair. To me, 50,000 is quite a large amount of money. Would it not be, is there not trust to have the second option of the internal audit section supported by a suitably qualified independent auditor, conduct the investigation be suitable in your eyes at a cost of only 20,000?
Thank you, Councillor. I took this step on behalf of the people, elected by the people. I've spoken as part of those deliberations. You are always talking to the people. And when that announcement was made, I've consulted with as many people that I run into that are aware of this situation and asked them the question, just to reinforce in my own mind exactly what we are doing here. The trust of the people will not be there in terms of those results unless it is fully independent. Thank you. Yes, further question?
Trust of the people, yes. What about trust of the organisation to do the right thing in this instance?
Well, that's why we have the investigation, to not only to find out what happened and how it happened, but also the reporting guidelines as to what, as an external independent investigation will provide the reporting guidelines in any variation of the information that has provided to us. I might call upon the auditor to give further clarification to that in terms of reporting processes and also reporting processes post council being advised.
So there's a couple of comments I can make in respect to that. So I put forward in the report a range of options there that I do consider to be valid choices here, but each offers a different result in terms of a spectrum. So there would be different levels of independence to the activity. There would be different levels of expertise applied to the task. I have significant experience over a number of years of reviewing large projects, generally IT projects in my previous work, but I've been involved in looking at the capital works here and our approach. So I do believe that I could contribute and conduct a review supported by others, or if we went with the other option, something done myself. However, that's a trade-off. So yes, you're saving some money, there's less direct cost, but there will be a different outcome. You know, despite my best efforts, engaging the independent expert will bring a different tone to the activity, bring their expertise to the activity, and potentially have a greater influence on how the organisation responds to the results and the information that's presented. The reporting, if it was prepared by myself, would be able to be made public in a similar fashion. There'll be some constraints on whoever writes a report regarding the level of detail that can be made public, but the key findings about the sequence of events and how they were presented and how decisions were made, without attributing that necessarily to individual officers, myself or an independent party would be able to speak to that. My role is structured to be independent in the organisation. I've got a certain appropriate level of autonomy in the way I report and communicate on the results of my work. We also have on the agenda today, coincidentally, an update to the internal audit policy and charter, which speaks to those mechanisms, which are in fact slightly strengthened in what's put forward today, following changes made by the international professional body that I follow. So there are choices here, but I fully respect the Mayor's view that a completely independent investigation is suited to the circumstances, but I'm putting forward the options for Council to consider as well.
Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Any further questions? I will then sum up, and I won't repeat myself. I will add something further that is critical to the government. It is in the legislation handed down by the state, and it is law, that the principles, or two of the key principles of local government, is to be accountable and transparent to the public in which it serves. It's not an option. It's not something to strive for. It's legislation. It's a requirement. And that's why we need to do this independent investigation today, or to pass this motion. Thank you. I put the motion to the floor.
Can I speak to the motion?
No, because no one spoke against the motion. I'm sorry, Councillor Hay. I put the motion to the floor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We will just wait for another returning officers. Thank you. I now turn to the Deputy Mayor to introduce item 11.2.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to introduce 11.2 Operational Plan 2025-2026 Quarter 2 Report. As we know, we have 4 of these during the year, and this is it gives us a good idea from council point of view where it is at and we adopted the operational plan at the ordinary meeting in 9th of July 2025. Yeah. Just speaking a bit more about it, attachment 1 to this report is a draft progress report against the operational plans provided for Q2 of the 2025-26, covering the period from 1st of October 25 to 31st of December 2025. Attachment 2 is this report is a draft report on council service delivery, which also covers Q2, which provides information about various council services. Minor changes to headings and structure have been made to reflect the new organisational structure. I'll move to the recommendation, and that is that council approve the Q2 2025-2026 operational plan progress report, and 2, that council approve the Q2 2025-2026 service delivery report. Mayor, I so move, and talk more to it if needed. I take it everyone has read the report, so I'll so move.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Sanders. Councillor McGuinness, would you like to talk to your report?
I can. There's certain things as normal, I suppose. Some are running a bit behind time, and I suppose at the end of the year, it's will they catch up and so on. But I think generally the business is running along fairly well there, as this shows. Flicking to the other page and detailing the things, I'm reasonably satisfied with where it is going, and hopefully we can catch up in this back half. Weather, etc., plays a big part in it. So, if the officers would like to pull out anything specifically about it, that's quite welcome. But I'm, as I say, reasonably satisfied with where we're heading with it.
It may be of value, given the audience and the public digital gallery, to have a summary of this report from the officers, succinct if we can, but also to identify the fact that through briefings there is more to come and that we are heading in a direction. Particularly with regards to the service delivery report around roads. Through the CEO.
Through the Executive Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess by brief summary, there are 51 actions in the operational plan. As at 31 December, which is the end of Q2, there have been 4 activities being completed, 28 were considered on track, 16 are being closely monitored, and 3 are being marked as requiring attention. I guess the important thing to note is that this is the end of Q2, so we're now near the end of February, so some of those items will have progressed further than what they are in this current report.
And in terms of the service delivery report, what was focused on in the briefing and what we may look forward to in the future?
Well, there's a lot of information in the service delivery report about the day-to-day operations of council, so it would be hard to summarise that briefly. There were a few things that the council's asked to include in future service delivery reports, particularly around road maintenance, I believe was one of the items that we will be updating in this report as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I did send an email yesterday with some questions. I'm not sure whether they landed anywhere, but I'm just happy to raise them if we could. On page 15 of the operational plan, I think I'm in the right document, says that Red Frost and Shepherd Services are to deliver $16 million worth of an unsealed gravel program and $8 million sealed road and landslip remediation, etc., which is a $24 million total. I'm just trying to work out the role of those companies, whether they're project managers or actually delivering those works.
Through Mr. Mayor, Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. Microphone isn't coming on. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, the role of Shepherd and Red Frost are effectively playing the project managers for each of those distinct events. So there are a number of events ranging back to 2022 that we are dealing with on an annual basis. The Shelf Road, the 2023 rain and cyclone event, Tropical Cyclone Alfred in 2024, and the more recent rain events last year in 2025. We're required to appoint a project manager as part of the arrangements through DRFA funding via the QRA, or Queensland Reconstruction Authority. So the role of Red Frost and the role of Shepherd for each of those distinct events respectively is as a project manager to oversee, be the superintendent for, and to ensure that on-ground works are tracking appropriately.
Thank you. So a bit later on in the report it says the council have paid Red Frost $2 million over 2 quarters. If you add the 2 quarters up, there's $2 million been paid to Red Frost. Is this payment to project manage the above projects? If so, what percentage of the total cost of delivery attributed to project management for the 2 companies?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, all of that cost is attributed to project management, and that would be for multiple events, not just one event, given that both companies are overseeing respective events for different years. There is an apportionment as part of the QRA REAPER funding, the DRFA program funding, that is allowable for project management costs specifically. So none of that cost falls back to ratepayers. That is funding that comes directly through the DRFA and REAPER funding framework.
Thank you. Also in the report it says that council have paid GWT over $4 million in 2 quarters, Cal Bobcat hire, I think it is, or Calbar Bobcat over $3 million for 2 quarters, and Bellrise Investments almost $400K in 1 quarter. And I'm just confirming what those payments are actually for.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The level of detail I can give you here is fairly high level, councillors, but ultimately that is wet hire and other arrangements for machinery that's required to undertake road maintenance and assist with capital works. I've been unable to get a breakdown on the entirety of those costs at a detailed level in the last 24 hours, so I would have to take that on notice and come back to council.
Thank you. I just raise it because they're considerable sums of money. Obviously, it'd be nice to know where and why and how it's being spent. Just one final question. On page 24 of the operational plan, it does mention Flying Fox Roost management. I notice there's no mention of the Hillview Roost anywhere in the report, and I was just wondering where we're up to with that roost, whether any contact has been made with state officers to help find a resolution to this issue and other high impact roosts. And as mention is made of, I think I'm assuming a company called EcoShore, and I'm just wondering what EcoShore are and what they do and what sort of relationship we have with them. What is the nature of that relationship?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Director.
Thanks, through the Mayor. Thanks, Councillor, for the question. Just in terms of an update for Hillview, the Council has undertaken 3 rounds of works between the Core Roost property and one of the neighbours since 2024, and worked on the Core Roost property and worked with the property owner to remove weeds and undergrowth in that area. Council's met with representatives of Rotary, Bats Conservation and Rescue Queensland. We've also met with the Honourable local state MP to provide an update on Hillview, of which we also met recently, the Mayor, myself, one of our officers and the state MP to provide an update on roosts as well as Hillview, just to discuss the ongoing impacts, options and solutions going forward. Also looking at planned works Plan works include a roost management plan being developed at the moment, which includes a 1.5 metre tree buffer along boundary properties and selective tree removal and reduction on neighbouring properties and the 2 large trees on the road reserve. In terms of our meeting with the local MP, he has also provided an undertaking to advocate on council's behalf with the relevant departments to assist in the process going forward. In terms of the organisation EcoShore, they're an environmental advisory consultancy that assists councils with this type of work.
Thank you. Good to see some progress being made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hay?
We're still on questions?
Certainly.
Right. Okay, I'll get it right. My 2 questions relate to the service delivery report. And thank you for addressing the omission of roads from that report, given it's the single most significant thing that the community focuses on. My questions are, the first one relates to the table on page 76, infrastructure charges notices. Can you state, through the Chair, what is the value of the ICNs which are outstanding and overdue, given that there's a comment that continued recovery processes will recommence once staffing levels improve?
Through this, Mayor, go to the Director. Is it yours or is that Charlie's? Councillor? Councillor, we may have to take that one on notice because it goes between 2 different directorates.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is also relating to the table on page 78 of the attachment, regulatory services, notices issued. The number of show cause, enforcement, compliance and penalty infringement notices declined markedly from Q1 to Q2. Do we have any indication of the reason for that marked decrease, please?
Through the Mayor to the Director.
Thanks, through the Mayor. Thanks, Councillor, for the question. As the likelihood of the drop in terms of notices being issued is that we had we've had an ongoing wet season, but in the first quarter there was a significant amount of actions with respect to sediment and erosion control on building sites across the region, which reflected that higher number of notices being issued during that first quarter, Councillor.
So Q2 wasn't down, Q1 was up?
Yes, you could probably describe it as that, yes.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cryer?
Yes, thank you, Chair. On page 20 of the attachment, I noticed that the City Deal Public Art Project, and I have had portfolio information on it, I just wondered, it's under monitoring and the project was sent to assessors in December of 2025. Is there any updates?
Through Ms. Mayor, I'm aware of the project. I'm not aware if we've had the funding through coming from the city deals, but someone maybe Director.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cryer, our understanding is that approvals received a tick-off at the state level because that funding essentially comes from the federal government. It's been passed up to the federal government for their tick-off on the process. We're expecting to hear an answer by the end of next month in March. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McGuinness, would you like to add anything further?
No, thanks, Mayor. There's been some good questions and thanks for the staff in answering them.
Thank you. I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We now move to item 11.4. And, oh, we're sorry, I'm jumping ahead, I'm good, sorry. Thank you all. Item 11.3, and call upon Councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today I'm pleased to introduce report 11.3, which is the Scenic Rim Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020 to 2025 final report. This report provides a summary of the key initiatives undertaken and the outcomes achieved through the implementation of the Scenic Rim Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020 to 2025. It was originally adopted on the 3rd of February 2020. The strategy aligned with Council's community plan, corporate plan and operational plan. The strategy supported 5 key development pillars and identified a range of opportunities for the region, which were achieved through implementation of the action plan. The strategy's strategic framework was designed to support the creation of valuable local employment for local residents. It was constructed based on research, analysis and engagement with stakeholders and built upon the levels of influence and roles of local government and other government agencies in facilitating economic development. I'll leave that introduction there and I'll move the following motion that Council Council note the completion of the Scenic Rim Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020 to 2025 and acknowledge the initiatives undertaken and outcomes delivered to the benefit of the Scenic Rim region. And 2, Council acknowledge the commencement of the Scenic Rim Economic Development Strategy 2026 to 2030. So move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Councillor Chalk, would you like to talk to your motion?
Look, I'll probably start off by asking the officer in the room whether she'd like to speak on the final report of the strategy.
Thank
you. CEO.
Through you.
Through the Mayor, I'd just like to acknowledge as well the local business and industries that were involved in a very difficult period throughout both 2020 to 2025 throughout COVID and multiple natural disasters. The region has, as demonstrated in the report, the region has prospered and I just wanted to acknowledge business and industry for their involvement in that. Thank you.
Any questions?
I do have one, if I may. I wanted to congratulate staff for such a wonderful report, but one of the things I'd love you to talk about is item 5.1.4, which is on page 128. Continue to proactively encourage the government agents to develop strategic enabling infrastructure such as Brommelton SDA, Inland Rail, including connection to Port of Brisbane and key freight transport and networks. I'd love you just to put a little bit of flavour to that because Brommelton should really be the powerhouse that we're concentrating on.
Through the Mayor, yeah, absolutely. So we continue within the economic development team, continue to advocate to both state and federal government, not just for funding, but for infrastructure projects. In the City Deals project, which is a $5 million project funded to the Brommelton State Development Area, is evidence of that is due to be completed at the end of 2026. In our ongoing work with the Office of Coordinator General, Department of State Development, Trade and Investment Queensland, to continue investment and infrastructure into the Brommelton State Development Area.
May I just add one more little question to the officer, if I may?
Please.
Just in a general view, bringing the Brommelton SDA online, has there been any talk about the possible number of jobs that we could expect over, the next so many years? Anything on that one?
Yeah, so Council is working with a number of proponents regarding investment into Brommelton. Some of those projects have low-scale number of jobs. Some of them are very large-scale jobs. So we are working with them to secure those investments with both the state and the federal government. And the potential over the next 10 to 20 years is thousands of jobs coming to Brommelton State Development Area.
Thank you.
Councillor Hay.
Thank you. Through the Chair, on page 23 of the agenda for this item, it states that the number of local jobs increased by 2,010 over the period 30 June 2020 to 30 June 2024, and it provides a breakdown showing the three categories, with the highest number of jobs being construction, healthcare, education and training. And I note that tourism is not in the 5 top sectors for economic contribution for the region. Are there any statistics relating to tourism-related local jobs available?
Through the Mayor. So a lot of the data that we utilise is through the Australian Bureau of Statistics. Tourism is not actually identified as a single industry, unfortunately, through the Australian Bureau of Statistics. So the data is across other sectors, including accommodation and food services, retail and transport. We do, however, subscribe to Tourism Research Australia regional data, and we get an analysis conducted on that quarterly. So based on the analysis provided year-ending June 2020, tourism accounted for 1,372 jobs. The most recent data from September 2025 indicated that this increased to 2,368 jobs within the tourism industry.
Thank you. A further question. In the table on page 117 at 1.2.4, I'll wait till that comes up.
Sorry, 117.
117. Uh, 1.2.4. It's again tourism research. Develop and implement tourism research and data collection. Tourism, conduct periodic survey with accommodation providers to assist in the collection of tourism data, and the status is ongoing. Can we have an update on how frequently we are engaging with accommodation providers to assist in the collection of that data, and how are we identifying those accommodation providers, given that we really don't know how many Airbnbs we have?
Thank you, and through the Mayor. So within our team, we maintain a stakeholder database for accommodation operators within the region. We also have access to the Australian Business Register, as well as Australian Tourism Data Warehouse to identify accommodation providers in the region. As you can imagine, that does change quite often. We also work internally when new operators are identified as well. So surveys are conducted on an as-needs basis, and we identify the subgroups within tourism that are relevant to the need at the time. For example, the recent short-term accommodation audit, which was directly identified for accommodation operators, and we contacted Airbnb to obtain data as well as a part of that project.
Thank you.
If I might ask the officer, just out of interest, what was the, if you can, you may have to take this on notice, what was the average annualised, I know we got a peak season, occupancy rate in the Scenic Rim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will have to take that on notice.
And if we're using outside sources, while you're doing it as an exercise, it may be worthwhile verifying that independent body, how their methodology, given that a lot of operators, you see these occupancy rates are being flashed around on an annualised basis, 50 to 80%, but the problem is it's not reflective because the owner may take up half of that allocation for them, family and friends, so it's actually not necessarily driving the economy of that business. Thank you. Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? If I just might, sorry, Councillor Chalk, just to answer an earlier question from Councillor Sanders about Bromelton, and somewhat indirectly, but last week I think it was last week. Councillor Chalk and I attended the launch of the agricultural industrial estate at Calbar, which was has been driven by the CalFresh Group here in our region, a major fruit and vegetable processing business that employs, Councillor Chalk, if I might,
Not too sure. Yeah, maybe 120 or something like that.
a major employer in Calbar. This is a major initiative, the first in the state, if not the country, in terms of an agricultural industrial precinct, but also a digester, innovative technology from Europe to process waste from vegetable processing and turn into energy and then feed into the grid. That has been a partnership supported by the State Government of Queensland through the Coordinator General that has now led to an $80 million investment, including Investors QIC. A first of its kind, not only in the state, but an amazing investment into our region that not only gives confidence to the people of this region, but gives confidence to investors outside the region, to state government, to federal government, into putting the eye back onto Scenic Rim and the opportunities in terms of increasing, adding productivity to our food bowl and the overall contribution to the economy itself, creating those jobs that you alluded to, Councillor Sanders. And the work that the state and federal government has done through the advocacy of this council via ComSec in obtaining that $5 million grant or funding package for the business case for Bromleyton will only add to that. But it is a wonderful initiative that has gained national coverage last week and worth highlighting in terms of answering your question. I'll put it back to Councillor Chalk to sum up and add any further comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't agree more. It was a great day out there, and it's a massive new initiative for the region's agricultural industry, which is very exciting. On that point, I will probably just say that thank the staff for all their hard work over this strategy. I think now at the back end of this one and entering the new one, we've got a very good balance between our initiatives in the region. We've got an agricultural strategy, which the Mayor just alluded to, the size of the wins that can be that can happen in that industry, and also we talked about the Bromleyton area, which in the last 2 to 3 years, the speed at which it's moving is scary, probably you'd say, but also can be very positive for our whole region as to what's coming there and the amount of jobs potential, and also the businesses and the size of the businesses. And that's not to overshadow, you know, the tourism industry, which we've always been strong at, an industry that we need to keep an eye on and manage as well. But also all our small businesses out there that continually show up and just do such a fantastic job. I would probably say that, you know, probably this region at this time is probably the strongest it's ever been economically. With huge potential in nearly every avenue of business out there, with some actually huge things, just like the Mayor's mentioned, what the CalFresh guys are doing out there, will in itself bring in such not only jobs but just investment in this region, and then I think it'll be like a snowball effect. As these big businesses come in, it's going to attract more and more and more. So we're at the crest of something big, I think, in the region for this area. Something that Julie needs to stay on top of, and we'll continue to work hard. So, yeah, I thank her for her work and looking forward to the next strategy being rolled out. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we've arrived at 11.4. I would call upon Councillor McGuinness, but will flag Councillor McGuinness a proposed motion from Councillor Hay in relation to this item.
Okay, that
Before you start, Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose a motion to defer this agenda item to a future council meeting. The reason being that whilst we had a presentation on this item 9 months ago and a very brief discussion on it before Christmas, this report runs to 1,308 pages, and I, for one, after spending 7 hours ploughing through it, have not got my head around it completely. And given that this document informs Council's LGIP amendment, I think it's only fair and reasonable that the councillors be given some additional time to come to grasps with the content. And then following on from that, this draft plan is also mentioned in the Canungra Master Plan agenda item, which is also on today's agenda. So there are a lot of things hinging on getting this report right and being cognisant of how all the parts fit together. And I can't say with any confidence that I'm there yet.
Mr Mayor, can I just ask a question
Yes.
before we second Councillor Hayes' motion? Is there any repercussions for delaying this? This might be some, that we've got to have a time frame for it. So I just wanted to ask the officers, is there any repercussions if we did bring it back at a later date? Is that possible to
Through the
answer?
CEO.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, at this point in time, it doesn't look like there's any direct implication on grant funding or other external expectations. It is, as you say, important to get this right. It's an incredibly strategic piece of work that will feed in and set the framework for other strategies and plans that Council will be presented with over the coming months. The LGIP in particular will include projects that are given birth from the integrated transport plan to ensure that we're collecting the right amount of fees and charges where there is a nexus to growth within the region. So look, at this point, Mr Mayor, there is little direct implication on deferring the item other than it will have flow-on effects to other bodies of work that are currently underway, including the LGIP.
Thank you. And you, Councillor Hay, you're moving that as a procedural motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? No,
Not
it's
for procedural. Yep.
Mr Mayor, I guess I will. I would like to speak against it. I've been through it. I know I won't have been through it as well as Councillor Hay because she loves to get right into the details. So I've read it. I'm happy with it. I'm happy to vote on it today if we so proceed.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Please.
Please. We were given a brief overview, I guess, again in the briefing session on the 12th of November 2025, and we were asked, or councillors were asked, if they had any questions to put them forward back to the relevant area. How many questions were put through?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we'll go to the officer, but keep in mind, we need to reiterate again, there's no rush on this document. It's an informative document, it's a complex document, it has impacts across the board on a whole lot of funding applications, for example. So again, I'll hand over to the officer, Mr Manager.
Through the Mayor, from that response, I met personally with two councillors to go through that in detail. And any queries that they had on that day, it wasn't fully documented, but answered all the necessary questions that they had in relation to the integrated transport plan.
And roughly how many issues would that have encompassed?
There was only 2 or 3 each directly in relation to the respective areas, and mainly around potential growth impacts on the network and how they were being addressed.
Yep, okay. I find it surprising that if everyone's read 1,308 pages, but there were so few questions, but thank you.
Councillor Hay, I'd like to talk for the motion. I'll readily admit I wasn't one of those two councillors, and my schedule and agenda hasn't afforded me the time to dedicate it to, I think, what is such an important issue, particularly how that ties into the LGIP. And the briefing that Councillor Hay alluded to earlier, that particular briefing had such a solid schedule. It was, we weren't briefed on the matter. It was a case of that the officers kindly said, I understand, we're not going to get through it today, so please feel free to come back. I do appreciate the work and the effort that's gone into this. If you consider that the growth that this region is going to go into, this cannot be something lightly brushed over and moved through as a motion. I would like to see it come back to a full briefing. I request that the officers in setting the agenda of that briefing provide extra time to dedicate to that briefing, that we can properly take on board the magnitude of this project. Anyone wishing to talk against? Councillor Hay?
No, I think we've said enough. Thank you.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, I'll move to item 11.5 and call upon Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.5, Tropical Cyclone Alfred Disaster Debrief and Recovery Report. I'll move the motion as presented. The Council accept and endorse the Tropical Cyclone Alfred Disaster Management and Recovery Review After Action Report.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Hay. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. In March 2025, the South East Queensland, including the Scenic Rim region, experienced the effects of Tropical Cyclone Alfred. Although the cyclone did not directly impact the region, it brought heavy rainfall and strong winds, resulting in widespread disruption across local communities. The rainfall totals exceeded 200 mils in some areas, with Binnaburra recording 248 and Tamborine Mountain over 220 during peak periods. Strong wind gusts caused trees and power lines to fall, leading to power outages for over 4,800 properties across Tamborine Mountain, Beach and Canungra and surrounding areas. Roads were blocked by debris, damaged to local infrastructure, disrupted services and access to affected communities. Recovery operations commenced immediately following the event and were coordinated across multiple agencies. Following the disaster event, the Scenic Rim Regional Council engaged Capia Consulting Group to facilitate a series of disaster debriefs with local disaster groups, councillors, council executive team and the wider community. That report has recently been presented to Council and is presented today for adoption by the Council, noting that there are a number of common themes and recommendations in the report. I would suggest it took probably considerably longer to be presented, given that we're almost 12 months since the actual event than it possibly should have been, but does contain some worthwhile information and some learnings for us to move forward. In particular, I note that when comms are down, so when communications go down, having a plan B and a plan C is incredibly important for comms, and also we've got some work to do to ensure our places of refuge are fit for purpose and able to be activated if and when needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Moriarty?
No, thank you, Chair.
I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Move to item 11.6 and call upon Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move item introduce item 11.6, proposed issue of lease to the community organisation Tamborine Mountain Triathlon Club, Inc. and move the motion as presented, that council resolve that the exception under section 2361B2, I think that is, or is it 3? 2. I thought I was just testing my eyes there a little bit. Of the Local Government Regulation 2012 applies to the proposed grant of lease to Tamborine Mountain Triathlon Club Inc. for premises situated at lease area F lot 14 of RP 904762, 14 to 16 Beacon Road, Tamborine Mountain. 2. Council endorse a freehold lease on standard terms as issued by Council for Tamborine Mountain Triathlon Club Inc., expiring 31st of December 2030. And 3, council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with section 2571 of the Local Government Act 2009 to finalise and execute a lease agreement to Tamborine Mountain Triathlon Club Incorporated.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Hay. Councillor Moriarty.
I don't think so, Chair. I think it's reasonably perfunctory. We've been briefed on it, and I think that the Triathlon Club, it's noted the lease has expired some time ago and it does need to be renewed, but there's no issues or concerns with that lease, and I just wish the organisation all the best for their future endeavours.
Thank you. Questions? No one wishing to talk against the motion. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Call upon Councillor Hay to introduce item 11 Councillor Cryer to introduce 11.7.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.7, Local Government Remuneration Commission Determination of Maximum Remuneration for Elective Representatives. The Local Government Remuneration Commission, known as the Commission, has released its annual report for 2025. It includes an annual review of local government categories and the assignment of local governments to those categories. In addition, the Commission determined the remuneration levels for mayors, deputy mayors and councillors of Queensland local governments as required by Section 177C of the Local Government Act 2009 and Chapter 8, Part 1, Division 1 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. These findings are contained in the Local Government Remuneration Commission Annual Report 2025. The Commission has established maximum remuneration levels for Queensland mayors, deputy mayors and councillors across the new council remuneration categories. The maximum remuneration levels for Scenic Rim Regional Council, which is in category B2, have increased by 3.25% for 2026 to 2027. And we have a table which shows the previous year's remuneration levels for this council. So I'd like to move to the motion that Council receive the Local Government Remuneration Commission's Annual Report 2025, and 2, Council adopt the Local Government Remuneration Commission's remuneration schedule effective from 1st of July 2026 for the Mayor, Deputy Mayors and Councillors.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor McInnes. Councillor Cryer, would you like to talk to your motion?
It's pretty self-explanatory that the increase is 3.25% for the financial year of 2026 to 2027. It's not a substantial increase, but it's welcomed. So thank you.
I think the matter is always a topical one when it comes up, and in the public eye, it's a matter of people in elected positions passing a motion to pay themselves an increase. and whether or not they are deserving of that. While there may not be, in an extraordinary situation, I can't see that anyone is going to talk against the motion today. So possibly open it to the floor that anyone wish to make comment or refer to the report or to items that may be relevant to the modesty of the increase. Councillor McInnes.
Thanks, Mayor. Having been on boards where you set your own remuneration, this is a very good process, what the government have in place here, and there's independent people that set and look at a wide range of areas to come up with these recommendations. So back in I think it was 2019 or 20, in the COVID era at any rate, I remember us actually not taking it on, and it was the right thing to do at the time, but it's in the next year it caught up at any rate. So it was, but at that time things were doing it fairly tough, and a lot of people were doing it tough. But yeah, I think this is, as Councillor Cryer said, yeah, it's a modest increase, and I think it's probably the right increase for the panel have come up with the recommendation, and I recommend the motion to councillors.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sanders.
Oh, I just wanted to mention that that the area that we're in, B2, we're the same as Somerset, South Burnett, Southern Downs, Maranoa, and I think Gympie. They're the aligning councils.
Thank you, Councillor Hay.
Are we up to speaking against or not yet?
You're going to speak against?
Yes.
Well, there you go. I was caught. I got it wrong. I got it wrong again. Councillor Hay, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I find it somewhat ironic that this item is on the agenda today when you've delivered your mayoral minute about councillor conduct and made your subsequent comments about the community losing trust in council for all the things we appear to have got wrong. So I'm not in favour of accepting the increase. I know that I'll be the only one who votes that way. So, and I know that I could opt not to take the increase. However, that apparently makes it incredibly difficult for accounting purposes at council. So the alternative is, and I've already arranged this, is that I've donated $1,000 to my local two state primary schools if this goes through. Thank you.
With that all said, Councillor, I will then talk in favour and respond. And I think earlier remarks made today, and also addressing the Gallery Walk situation, has to be put into context. I refer to what Councillor McInnes said. He said it is a modest increase. I think I also to have an appreciation for the councillors around this table, the work that you do, and that being in the public eye. You are not rewarded a financial gain that you could necessarily go out and get in private life. With that, you have family and dependents upon you, and those responsibilities that come with it. The remuneration that you're awarded is not necessarily, as I said, competitive or identified as to your potential earnings in the private sector. It is virtually a compensation for the efforts that you provide in this community in terms of representation and community leadership. In terms of the investigation, that is much in need, but we put that in context again of the amount of money and the concerns that are raised versus the remuneration that's proposed on the table today. Thank you. Anyone wishing to talk against? Councillor Cryer, anything further?
No, thank you, Chair.
I put it to the floor. Those in favour? Those against? Division requested. Motion carried. In favour, the Mayor, Councillor 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Against, Councillor Division 1. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 11.8 and call upon Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.8, Council Policy, ex gratia payments. I take the report as read. A policy and a corporate procedure are required to ensure that any and all discretionary payments are made in the public interest. Council is now acting upon the Queensland Audit Office recommendations made to all councils in 2024 and also on Council's external audit, which made a similar recommendation in the 2025 closing audit report as a result of their finding that Council failed to disclose some of the ex gratia payments made in Council's draft financial statements. Ex gratia payments are generally subject to confidentiality requirements. However, these need to be balanced with transparency and accountability, as any such payments impact on Council's budget. These include staff termination payments and claims of liability from third parties. There is one inconsistency between the draft procedure. Through the chair, I'll just ask the officer
Please.
to point out which is the correct wording, please.
So, yes, Councillor Hay correctly identified a small inconsistency in terms of the planned frequency for reporting on these payments to the Audit and Risk Committee as part of that oversight and accountability. The policy states that that would occur on an annual basis. The procedure had the initial draft position that I developed, which on consultation internally was identified as slightly impractical. So the intention is that it would be consistent with the policy, annual reporting to the Audit and Risk Committee.
Thank you. That said, I think I'll move straight to the motion, and I move that 1, Council adopt the Council policy ex gratia payments policy. 2, Council endorse that the Council policy ex gratia payments policy will be finalised through the governance process to be included with Council standard policies and uploaded to Council systems and website. And 3, Council note the related ex gratia payments procedure, which has been endorsed by the Executive team for approval by the Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Sanders. Councillor Hay, did you wish to talk further to your motion?
No, thank you, Chair.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Questions? Councillor Hay, you wish to sum up?
No, thank you.
I put it to the members then. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now move to item 11.9 and call upon Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.9, Council Policy, Internal Audit and Corporate Procedure, Internal Audit Charter, and I'm presenting this item in my capacity as a member of the Internal Audit and Risk Committee. I take the report as read and note that there are 6 attachments to this report, which are fairly heavy reading as well. Some changes to the policy and the procedure documents have been triggered by the annual self-assessment undertaken by Council's internal audit. Also, the updated version of the professional standards for internal audit published by the Institute of Internal Auditors has prompted further changes. On page 116 of the agenda, the draft changes are summarised, and they include some interesting comments, including the addition of the words professional courage, which is open to interpretation, I guess, and to explicitly recognise the expectation for auditors to maintain an appropriate level of professional scepticism. So I think they're good terms there to take note of. I didn't find any inconsistencies in the documents and recommend the reports to Council, and would like to move directly to moving motion. 1, Council rescind the current policy internal audit CP 00037 adopted on the 22nd of May 2024. 2, Council adopt the revised Council policy internal audit CP 00037 developed in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009 and Local Government Regulation 2012. And 3, Council note that the supporting corporate procedure internal audit charter PR 00036 will be submitted to the Chief Executive Officer for approval to give effect to the Council policy internal audit.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I have a second to Councillor Sanders? Councillor Hay?
I don't need to sum up, thank you. It's self-explanatory, thank you.
Any questions? I put it, no one wanting to talk against the motion, I put it to the floor. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. We haven't done one for a long time.
Chair, would it be possible to have a very brief break?
We're just seeing to this. So thank you, members, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking to an adjournment for a comfort stop. So could I have a motion from the floor for an adjournment, please?
Just indicating what time.
Yeah, we'll be looking to return on the hour. Councillor moved, so moved. Councillor Chalk seconded. Those in favour? Motion carried. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, welcome back. If I could call a motion to bring us back into open from the members, please. Not required. Thank you. We'll move right back into the meeting then and call upon Councillor Moriarty for item 1110.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.10. I'll take the item as read. It is a late item. The Master Plan Committee for Canungra progressed to community consultation. Sorry, I'll move the motion. The Council endorse the draft Canungra Town Centre Master Plan for the purpose of community consultation.
Thank you. A seconder to the motion. Councillor Sanders. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. The Canungra Town Master Plan Committee have been working very hard for the past number of months, probably 7 or 8 months now, meeting quite frequently to come up with a master plan for the town of Canungra, as the communities of Calbar and Cralban have also done. The Canungra Town Master Plan didn't come up for adoption at the last ordinary meeting. That just needed a little bit of tweaking, or a few errors and things that weren't quite right there, but we're now confident that the master plan is ready to go out for community consultation. I'll just note a couple of items, that the word nestled is used about 4 times in introductory things. I picked up on only in my very last reading last night, I picked up on that, so we might want to find another descriptor than nestled, because I think Canungra's completely nestled. But we'll try and find another word, maybe replace a couple of nestled with something else. But beyond that, I just want to make comment about the proposed or any future bypass for the township of Canungra, as it's a bone of contention, and I just want to reassure anyone who's listening in the chamber or online that Council are working very hard with the Department of Transport and Main Roads to identify a future bypass or other traffic solution for the main street of Canungra, being Christie Street. It's one of the key issues, not just for the township of Canungra, but for all those people who commute to the Gold Coast from the north and west of the town each day. So it's a very high priority. Not able to put a route per se on a map at this stage, but it's certainly one of our highest priorities. But the rest of the master plan addresses a number of the issues that were raised through the committee, and I'm certainly looking forward to getting the community feedback and encourage everyone to provide feedback on the master plan, because I'm sure there's people out there who have some fantastic ideas and thoughts that they'd like to share, and we'd love to get them so that we can incorporate those as appropriate into the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sanders.
I just had a question if you may. Okay. I just sent an email off to all the councillors last night, just noting on page 15 that the investigation of parking relocation from main streets, and also they've done it again for Christie Street, which I would have assumed was a main street, or do they have something specific that they repeated that?
Through the Mayor, the reference to the main streets are looking at those other main streets within Canungra themselves as to how we might be able to improve the off-street parking within those other main streets. We separated Christie Street out separately due to the major concern along that route there, so looking at all the associated roads and streets as to how we can improve parking is that first dot point 1.1.
Happy with that, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Just one. Given the recent federal government announcement that they're going to sell off defence land, including part of Kokoda Barracks, is there any impact on the master plan envisaged as a result of any potential sell-off? I'm assuming that that land will end up being yet another housing estate.
Am I allowed to answer that?
Who are you directing your question to, Councillor Hay?
Whoever would like to respond.
Councillor Moriarty, will give you first dibs.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hay, for the question. So the section of land that Defence have identified for sale is the land that is occupied by the golf course in Canungra. It is federally owned land, Defence land at the moment, has no impact on the Canungra town centre, or the town master plan, I should say, but we're just really waiting to hear back. All levels of government have reached out to Defence and the federal government to try and work out what their intention is and what they plan to do with that land. But our intention is it will remain a golf course for the Canungra community into the future, and the land is not really suitable for a number of reasons. It's not in the urban footprint. A lot of it would be flood constrained. It's not really suitable for future development, so we remain hopeful that it'll just remain as a golf course for Canungra moving into the future.
Councillor Hay, as a follow-up to answer that question, I wrote to the Minister for Defence pointing out a number of issues in terms of the proposed sell-off of the Defence land on which the golf course resides, in terms of the history of that site, in terms of the relationship with the township and the people of Canungra, and the what was known as the Land Warfare Centre, now today Kokoda Barracks. I also pointed out a number of actions that were taken by the local residents in where there was no support from the Department of Defence in terms of the survival and improvements on that golf course, including the clubhouse, going back to 2010-11 when it was under threat of being demolished due to asbestos containment. And other such matters in terms of the community spirit had continually supported that facility and also as a gateway, as our eastern gateway, or one of our eastern gateways to the region, its economic contribution to the region as part of being a destination, a lovely golf course and so on. Lastly, the letter goes into, I guess, some concern for the federal government in terms of not only their support to Canungra community, but the total lack of consultation and how they were blindsided by this. I have had a letter of response that is far from, only received this week, that is far from satisfactory. So I will follow up with further correspondence, and I'm happy to share both the letter and the return letter with all councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a further question, if I may.
Please.
Given the generally known plans for Canungra 360, which haven't come anywhere near council as yet, as far as I know, do we have any indication of what sort of impact that will have on the master plan, given that if the envisaged development occurs, then obviously it's going to contribute significantly to increases in traffic, which will undoubtedly end up going through Canungra as well. So is that something that we can't work with at the moment, given it's an unknown quantity?
Through Mr Mayor, I'm happy to be corrected, but I don't believe we've received any formal documentation from that group at all.
Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Moriarty, further?
No, thank you, Chair.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we're arriving at motion 1111. And just before we do, Councillor Sanders, I'd just like to raise a procedural motion, which I'll explain. The Council, pursuant to section 3.1 of the Standing Orders for Council meetings, Council policy, alter the order of business by dealing with item 11.12 before 11.11. The reason I put that before, councillors, is not a determination about the motions proceeding, but is about determination that Councillor Moriarty's motion has the potential not to be heard at all. And I believe that it is the responsibility of this council to afford the member every ability to able to put forward their argument in terms of the people they represent. So I wanted to give that opportunity to the councillor to put forward his motion before the repeal motion comes before council, which it can still proceed regardless. So it's a procedural motion not requiring a seconder. I put that to the floor. Those in favour? Those against? Motion carried. And call for a division. In favour was Mayor Division 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6, against Division 4. You're right. All good to go. Now I refer to this item as 11.12 and call upon Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.12, a late item. I'll take the report as read. I'll just read the title.
Oh, sorry.
So, notice of motion by Councillor Stephen Moriarty, re-item 11.8, extensions of road network, Graham's Dip Road, ordinary meeting held on 10th of December 2025. And I'll move the motion that Council amend the resolution of Council in item 11.8, extension of road network Graham's Dip Road, from the ordinary meeting held on 10th of December 2025 by deleting paragraphs 1 to 4. That 1, Council complete an assessment of Graham's Dip Road, Bididaba, in the 2025-2026 financial year to determine the works required and associated cost to upgrade the road to a 5D standard. Council provide funding in its 2026 to 2027 budget to upgrade the entire length of Graham's Dip Road, approximately 1,000 metres, to a 5D standard, and on completion of these works, this additional section of Class 5D rural access road will be added to Council's road asset register. Council will provide funding in future budgets for the ongoing maintenance of Graham's Dip Road, and 4, Council will make application to the Department of Transport and Main Roads to determine requirements regarding any intersection treatments to Badisit Nerang Road and complete these works as part of the road upgrade, and replace it with the Council amend its road register to include Graham's Dip Road, Bididaba, for its entire length, approximately 1,000 metres, from its intersection at Badisit Nerang Road, comprising of an unsealed standard. And 2, the Graham's Dip Road, Bididaba, be added to Council's maintenance schedule in line with other unsealed roads on its roads register.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Hay. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. So the reason I've moved the amendment, we'll all be aware that in the 10th of December meeting that a motion was passed by Council to the previous motion that I've just read out was actually passed and accepted by Council. There was some concern expressed by some councillors, particularly with sections 2 and 3 of that amendment, that Council would upgrade Graham's Dip Road to a 5D standard in that given financial year and accept maintenance for the accept responsibility for the maintenance or provide budget provision in ongoing years for the maintenance of the road. Noting that that motion was completely lawful and moved by a majority of councillors, I have presented an alternative motion to try and address those concerns. I think that's been overlooked in all of this matter is First of all, that the residents and ratepayers of Graham's Dip Road have never asked for an upgrade to the road. They have simply asked for the road to be maintained. As I've outlined a number of times, there is evidence that the road, including the Scenic Rim 2010 street directory, that the road was a road, council road at that time, a road like all other unsealed roads, marked in yellow, not described in any other way other than unsealed. And there is evidence that a subdivision did occur in the early 1990s at the end of the road, and that subdivision was sealed and road contributions were paid by at least one of the landholders. There is considerable evidence that the road not probably, but has been and always should have been a council road, and I'm unsure why it's not considered not even a 5D standard road, but an unsealed road. And I think that the thing that's been overlooked in all the debate since, and there's been considerable, I know, email communication between councillors and so on and so forth with regard to this matter, but I think the thing that's been overlooked in all of this is the fact that the intent of the motion of the 10th of December was quite clear, and that is by a majority vote of 4-3, council resolved to accept responsibility for Graham's Dip Road and upgrade it to a 5D standard and add it to council's road register. Some councillors weren't happy with that decision, but that's really immaterial. The intent of the motion was quite clear. Since there has been, since that time, at the last ordinary meeting in January, Councillor Sanders attempted to overturn that decision by repealing the motion, and a lot of other information and feedback, for want of a better term, has been received with regard to the motion. My concern is for this council is the process and the policy is being put in front of the people. So the people of Graham's Dip Road, the ratepayers of Graham's Dip Road, all they want is a maintained road. We can nitpick and go through the policy, and the policy is not legally binding. Council can vote by majority resolution to override the policy any time it pleases, which we did on the 10th of December. The simple facts of the matter are that the ratepayers of Graham's Dip Road requested maintenance of the road. They did not request an upgrade to any standard or a $1 million road, simply that the road be kept safe and in a serviceable condition. A lawful motion was brought before council on the 10th of December. The intent of the motion was quite clear. The council add Graham's Dip Road to its asset register and accept responsibility for any upgrade and maintenance. The majority of councillors supported that motion and it was passed. Following that meeting, a council officer emailed the ratepayers advising of the outcome of the motion. We now find ourselves in a position, potentially, where we're going to be completely asked to ignore the intent of that motion. Hence, I've provided an amended motion. I don't agree with every decision that's made by council, but I accept it and get on with the job. There has been some discussion about the legal implications for council by accepting a section of road on a council's road register without it first being upgraded to a certain standard. I would suggest the increase to council's risk profile by adding the 1 kilometre of Graham's Dip Road to its 800 kilometre unsealed road network would be practically nil. Much of council's 5D road network is not up to 5D standard to begin with. Furthermore, given the repeated requests over an extended period of time from the ratepayers on Graham's Dip Road for the road to be made safe, I would consider council as actually more liable by failing to maintain the road than if we accept it onto our road register and commence a maintenance program. Under the current arrangements and the legal principle of knew or reasonably ought to have known, should there be a serious accident on Graham's Dip Road, then I would suggest council would have very little legal recourse, as it has been made well aware of the unsafe condition of the road over an extended period of time. I am suggesting an amendment to the motion on 10th of December simply because it will allow council to adopt a more flexible approach to Graham's Dip Road without altering the intent of the original motion of 10 December. Despite some commentary to the contrary, there is absolutely no reason why this amended motion cannot be passed by a majority vote and council create a pathway forward for the ratepayers of Graham's Dip Road. I'm also willing to consider a further amendment to the motion to include a review of council's provision of road network policy as has previously been suggested by Councillor Sanders. So I'm happy to add that to this motion to allow that to happen in the future.
On that one, thank you. I'd like to foreshadow I would like to shadow an alternate motion, which we can discuss in a minute.
Thank you. Questions? You got a question, Councillor Sanders?
No, do you want me to read out the alternate motion or?
Could we? Councillor Chalk?
Just to the manager, if it's okay. Are we able to accept a road that we know is not at a 5G standard onto our road register and just start maintaining it?
You two need to work it out.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, I might have a go at answering that first, councillors. Councillor, Section 60 of the Local Government Act is very, very explicit on council's responsibility towards our control of and responsibilities around the maintenance of roads. Different councils have different policy positions in this respect, and those were discussed and distributed to councillors at an earlier session with respect to how some similar sized and other councils in Queensland deal with this particular issue. Council cannot remove itself from responsibility for any road within the LGA that is designated as a public road. There are other provisions for private roads, but that it's immaterial in this particular case. So council can indeed make the decision to accept an unmaintained road onto its maintenance schedule. It is the other implications of that acceptance of an unmaintained road onto our maintenance schedule that need to be considered, not the legality of accepting that road onto the maintenance schedule. Shane, did you want to add anything? Oh, sorry, Acting Manager.
Sorry, can you explain that a little bit more? Sorry. The implications of accepting the unmade road?
Through you, Mr Mayor, sorry, Councillor, just to clarify the question, you're asking to elaborate on the implications of accepting an unmaintained road. So the acceptance of an unmaintained road would effectively mean that council is accepting onto our register a road for which we are unsure of the current status of the grade, drainage, other elements that we would typically look at for roads that we are maintaining across the road network. In effect, it would mean that we're accepting something at this point that we would have to evaluate the total amount and ongoing cost, or initial and then ongoing cost of maintenance for, unlike a road which had been upgraded to, say, a 5D standard, which we have a fairly strong idea of the maintenance requirements over, say, a kilometre per kilometre basis. Our current policy, your current policy, does not designate unmaintained roads or apportion maintenance to them, as some other councils in Queensland do. The potential implications in this case, and it's not a matter of legality, you're certainly within your right through the legislative processes to accept this road onto the maintenance schedule. But the potential implications here are that the ongoing maintenance would need to be determined. We would also then potentially be increasing council's liability in the case of an incident on that road. But moreover, I think the fact that the policy at this stage doesn't cover it. So if I were to make any recommendation from an officer perspective to the council, it would be that as part of point 2, that be contingent upon a review of council's current road maintenance policy, because that can be then included into a policy position and requisite maintenance levels and thresholds defined by the council.
Does that apply for all roads on the road register?
So, sorry, Mr. Mayor, that would does
register?
Does what apply? Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
What you said about the road maintenance schedule.
Yes, yes, in effect. Council cannot, Section 60 of the Local Government Act, councillors, is quite specific. A local government has control of all roads in its local government area. This control includes being able to construct, maintain and improve roads. It's not explicit on how council constructs, maintains and improves roads. That specificity will come through our systems, policies and procedures.
Okay, and in layman's terms, is it correct to say it doesn't matter if a road is on an asset register, if it's a public thoroughfare, the council is liable, regardless?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just waiting for the light to turn red. The short answer to that, Mr. Mayor, is yes. It is like a verge or a footpath. Council will always have a level of liability for land that is in our control in the public realm. That liability increases where we are aware of and actively undertake maintenance or other work schedules on land that may increase the risk to people that are traversing that public land. Okay.
And so this road currently, what is the responsibility that council's currently taking? Is it to be safe? Is that what the current status is?
Defer to the acting manager, but I understand the council's current policy has no maintenance scheduled or or allocated responsible for that particular 5G road.
Through the Mayor, that is correct. Currently, it is not on our maintained asset register.
But I'm asking the status. Is there a responsibility by council to make that road safe? Not trafficable, but safe. And whether that be, it has to be closed or whatever. I mean, there's been works done on it before. Do they have a requirement to make it safe?
As it is not maintained, it would be only minimum amount of safety work that would be undertaken, if at all.
Okay. My next question is, you talked about roads in terms of and Councillor Sanders addressed the chamber at the previous meeting in terms of the asset register and what's on there and what council is responsible for. Now, what I don't understand, and this is to the director through the CEO, is that the asset register, which recognises Little Flying Fox Road, Clark Road, Prices Creek Road, and so on, none of those roads are a 5D standard. To the extreme that in the case of Little Flying Fox Road, there is currently a condition MCU requiring the resident to upgrade that road, part of that road, to a 5D standard. How does the current policy and the maintenance schedule, given the fact that there are assets on the register not of a 5D standard, so it doesn't match anything that's been stated to date?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd reiterate that from my perspective is why a review of the policy in this instance is a critical matter for the council in dealing with these issues, not just Graham's Dip Road, but more holistically how the council intends to deal with unsealed roads and unmaintained roads across the network.
I can answer it because there's an existing use right like a house, so when modern standards change doesn't mean you've got to go change your whole 800 kilometres of road network to the new standard. It's accepted that at the time it was built at a certain standard, and that's a standard moving forward. But if then council wants to upgrade the road, then they've got to upgrade it to a modern standard. So if there's a corner that's sharp and they want to create a safer corner, then they need to get engineering design so that you can change the design of the road. But it's much the same as a house. If a house built in the 1880s is not up to modern standards, but it's still legal. So, but if you do a renovation to that house from the 1880s, then you've got to meet new standards. Otherwise, it's not legal. So, same as roads.
So, Mr Mayor, that's pretty much where I'm going with this, is if council reviewed their road policy, the extension of roads network, and took the name of the road off this, you know, take the, don't vote on this or remove it or whatever. Council undertake to review the roads policy, extension of roads network, and defer any further decisions on maintenance of unmade roads until the reviewed policy's been approved. Then we've got a decision where we've all sat down as council, we've worked out what we're going to do, and then we can make a decision on this road for these people. I just think we've jumped ahead, put a motion up, which got up, and now we're in a situation where we should have taken 2 steps back and done the policy, which is what we would have done through the Audit and Risk Committee. We would have had it reviewed and priced probably. That's where we should be going. We shouldn't be going to the road itself.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Sanders. You didn't have a question in that, so I take it you're talking against the motion in that instance.
No, I'm foreshadowing an alternate motion, which is what I'd like to see council do. Is the right way to step forward is to upgrade review our policy, see how we want to go, and step forward from there, rather than talk about this road, which has been caught up in the whole thing. The first thing we should have done is reviewed our policy. That's where we should have gone.
Have you got a question? Or you wish to talk?
Can we follow correct procedure and can we follow the correct procedure and review our roads policy so that we have a way forward, so then we can deal with this road in a proper governance type manner, so that we can deal with the issue?
To answer your question, I won't answer it with a question, but I'll answer it this way. If it wasn't for Graham's Dip Road and the pressure that Councillor Moriarty has, or the request that Councillor Moriarty has made to Council in the last 2 years consistently, brings this road policy to the fore.
He could have moved the motion to bring it forward.
He could have put if I may, rather than getting into a to and fro debate, let me finish, if I may, just finish answering the question. Over that 2-year period, Councillor Moriarty has, on a number of occasions, not just in briefing sessions, has put requests through to officers for assistance. Those officers, some of them are not necessarily here today. Now, I am grateful that he has continued to reach out and request those officers' assistance, and we are getting these things on the table to answer the question. I don't disagree, and I've got further questions about the policy. I don't disagree that the policy is, for want of a better word, asinine, absurd. And if you would like to pull the policy up, I'm happy to look at it. I will put a question. I'll put a question to Councillor Sanders to assist in diffusing this. Councillor Sanders, as a mother, thalidomide was a drug used in the 50s and 60s for children, for pregnant women. Sorry?
Sorry, point of order.
It's a question.
No, I'm not answering a question about thalidomide.
Excuse me, if you would allow. I'm asking a question. Now, the drug was proven for birth defects.
No, it's for morning sickness.
More for morning sickness, but resulted in birth defects.
Yes,
Eventually, the laws changed. Did the doctors continue the policy of issuing thalidomide, or did they stop? They stopped, and they stopped before the law came into play. So you're talking about a policy. We're not talking about a case in law. We're talking about a policy. The policy is not legally binding. To answer your question, Councillor Hay, there is no procedure that relates to addressing this road. What Councillor Moriarty has put forward is that he has a situation where he has constituents that have been there for years and years and years, and all they are requesting is to have their road maintained. There are some, I don't know, Councillor Moriarty, can you tell me how many documents relating to this road in council?
I believe a right to information revealed there's 5,000 documents with reference to Graham's Dip Road in them. I've been advised. I can't confirm that, but that's what I've been advised.
And yet, and I asked through the CEO, council cannot find any maintenance history on this road. Is that correct?
I can answer.
Through the Mayor, no formal upgrade documentation to bring this road up to the standard could be found through my...
But maintenance history?
Maintenance history over the last few years? No. What happened previously in the years gone by, our records don't indicate that. We don't break it down to that individual level back then.
And I appreciate that, officer, but at the same time to the CEO, we have an obligation to maintain those records under the legislation. Is that correct? And this was, I understand, see, I'm not directing it into one person. These records were lost prior to probably all people being in this room, but that is the legislative requirement, is it not?
Sorry, can you repeat again what you're asking?
The records of any form on this road have been lost, is what I've been advised in the past.
So through Mr Mayor, I'm unaware of that. I was under the impression that RTI is still occurring at this point in time, but I'm happy to be corrected on that as well.
Through the Mayor, just to clarify, records being lost compared to where how we capture data from a costing point of view and from a maintenance point of view, that is where in years gone by may not have been in a computer system to easily access.
Thank you. Councillor Moriarty?
Sorry, Councillor Chalk has been around.
Sorry, Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, just want to make a point to something you said, Mr Mayor, is you say that all that they're asking for is it to be maintained, but that is not correct. The first motion requested to be upgraded to a 5D standard, which comes with a cost, a budget submission, which is where the appeal come from, because as Councillor Sanders has said, we wanted to go through a process to see how these roads fit into the hierarchy of our roads, like is being suggested by both of you today, and also what the implication is across the whole region. It's been identified in a report there were 63 kilometres of these roads that we know of, and there's probably a lot more. So it comes down to affordability and all these other questions that we have no answers to, but we're getting pressure to put on us to do one of the roads pre all that information coming forward. That was the issue. I'd love to be able to upgrade Graham's Dip Road, say yes to everybody, all fantastic, but oversimplifying this matter, I don't think is helpful. The original motion asked for an upgrade of the road, and now we're here today all of a sudden with a motion which I believe is probably quite similar. If it turns out we need to upgrade this road, then we're committed to it again. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. So I take that as a question from Councillor Moriarty and put it to Councillor Chalk and put it to Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Chalk alludes to the motion is correct, it requires a 5D, but what you're putting on the table, that has never been requested by, if you could answer the question, has never been requested by the ratepayers or constituents of Graham's Dip Road. They only ever want the road maintained. You're put in a position because of a policy that states either the ratepayers pay for the upgrade, it must be upgraded, or the council pays for the upgraded, and you are left in no alternative given that the ratepayers are not going to pay that amount of money, as can be seen by common sense. Yet, that is only a policy position, not a state government position. Let's answer that question first, and I'll leave it there, please, Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. So the original motion I presented on the 10th of December was simply the motion that Council had suggested with the only, so to comply with the policy. So council were quite happy for the ratepayers to pay for the road upgrade and to accept the road onto the asset register. The motion that I presented on the 10th of December was essentially the same as the proposed motion that the council officers presented to address the policy and be upgraded to a 5D standard. The only difference was that that expense would be at council's expense, not at the ratepayers' expense. That was the only alteration to the motion that was made. So to answer your question, the residents, ratepayers have never requested a 5D road. Their only request was to have the road maintained. I was advised by officers that the only way that could happen was for the road to be upgraded to a 5D standard and added to council's asset register. Just while we're talking about the policy, if I may, the real kicker in all of this is under the current policy.
Councillor, you got a question? Councillor Chalk, you got a question?
I'll just challenge one thing Councillor Murray said. He said the ratepayers aren't going to fund this. Well, they are. They're going to fund this. But the difference is instead of the people directly benefiting from this, we all got to pay now. So I just wanted to correct that statement.
A question, Councillor Chalk, fund which you're not suggesting a road upgrade.
Well, Councillor Moriarty said in his original motion, it was requested by the residents that they upgrade the road, and he said that, I forget what he said, but he made reference to council bears the cost, which is the ratepayer, is the whole point here. So.
And now, and just to confirm, so that it's now a maintenance request, not the upgrade of the 5D. Councillor Sanders?
I keep on thinking we've missed a step. Governance says we are councillors, we should be reviewing the roads policy. If it's out of date, if it's no good, if there's something wrong with it, the first thing we should have done, instead of putting this motion up, was to review the policy. Even this motion now is going to be against the policy position. So that's why we've got to take a step back and do that. In this very meeting, you said to me that taxpayer and ratepayer are losing faith, an erosion of trust on all levels of government. They deserve fully disclosed details on how money is spent. It's in the legislation handed down by the state to be accountable and transparent for public for which it serves. I agree, totally. We cannot go with the motion, the one before or the one now. We have to step back, do the right thing. We have to, we cannot keep on going against the Local Government Act. Of course you can put up anything you want to do, and we can consider it, but can we just take a step back, do the right thing? Because if we went with the first one, we got a quote for $1.1 million to upgrade the road. This was pushed forward without any conversation with the staff members on how a motion should come up. We're not following the governance rules. Step back, do the policy, have a look at it. That's why I wanted to put the repeal, so we could do the right thing. Go through the audit and risk committee, make sure it's right. You've said to me we've got to be fiscally responsible. You've said that to everybody. This is fiscally responsible to go back on the policy and review the policy. We as councillors, that's our job. That's what we should have done first. We shouldn't even be at this standard now. We should be right back there having a conversation around the room like normal people and saying this is what we want to upgrade. This is what we want to do. These poor people are stuck in a situation. Now we're still pushing through a motion that is still against our policy position, and it's against the Local Government Act because it's for individuals. You can't do this. You're making a rate rise for everybody, every man, woman and child in this region for one road. Go back to the policy. That's our job.
Councillor, you put that's the second time you've put the same question. You've added a little bit to it in terms of fiscal. We were talking earlier about a $1.6 million cost blowout, not a maintenance of a 1 kilometre road that may amount to $6,000 per annum.
No, 1.1 million to make it and then maintain it at 6.
And again, we've addressed policy. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, I think one of the really key points this motion misses is that the cost, and I'm no engineer, but anyone with any road ability or contracting ability would realise that the cost of repairing a road that hasn't been upgraded to a satisfactory standard is a lot more than what it is where we've, and I think there's been about 10, if not 12 roads that we've asked in the last, in the time that I've been around this table for people to upgrade, and in virtually every case they've gone ahead and done it. I don't know how they'll feel, but if we don't upgrade it, it's going to cost us a lot more to keep it maintained. There's a big difference. We've got best part of 1,000 kilometres of gazetted roads that people will, I say, well, why don't you come and do my road? Yeah, just think in the last 12 months, the number of roads that we have done, that we've asked people to, there's one just out of town here, there's considerably, I think there's 3 others apart from that one, and those people have gone in good faith and gone and upgraded those roads, and they were saying, oh no, you don't have to do it here. I think we're just being so hypocritical, it's not funny. Sorry, to finish off, I agree with Councillor Sanders' point about where we have to adhere to policy. And if we ask our staff not to adhere to policy, it doesn't set a very good standard.
Thank you, Councillor McInnes. It wasn't a question there. Can I take that as speaking against the motion?
Well, if you can, but
no, I'm happy to accept everything that's said.
If someone would prove me wrong, if I'm wrong in my assertion, I'll ask the management. Yeah, is that the case? If you've got an upgraded road to a 5G standard and then we take over maintenance, what's the cost of that compared to something that hasn't been maintained?
I think there is actually that question, maintenance question, has been asked previously.
Sorry, there's a difference there.
Sorry,
The Mayor, there is a difference in my question though. The maintenance on a maintained road.
Well, unmaintained and unmaintained. Correct.
Through Mr. Mayor, Director.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Councillors, that the total amount boils down to the threshold or level of maintenance that will be expected and set for that unmaintained versus that upgraded road. If the expectation is that that maintenance will be done to the same standard as an upgraded 5D road, then you are correct, Councillor. Mr. Deputy Mayor, you are correct. It will be a greater ongoing value, at least in the first instance, than it would for a road that was upgraded initially to a 5D standard. If the level of maintenance is set to make safe only, or a lower threshold, which again, from a statutory perspective is well within council's rights to do, then it will be a much lower amount. It will be a schedule of maintenance on an as-needed basis. It is just important for council to set and understand, and for the residents to be completely appraised of the ability for council to undertake a certain level of maintenance, when that will occur and what it will entail. As I mentioned earlier, some councils in Queensland do incorporate that into their policies. One of them was shared with councillors last week. That is make safe on an as-need basis for critical maintenance elements only. That's a component of the policy that I would strongly compel council to look at in this instance.
So are you saying we need to do a policy?
Is that Councillor Cryer?
Thank you, Chair. I've pressed that button so many times. I think that and this is going to be a question. Are you talking?
Okay, a question.
Yes,
just checking.
It's a question. It's in relation to the history, which I think is important. The owners chose to purchase in this subdivision, which required a road and was not enforced back in 1993. The question is, was it ever on the register?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might just go straight to the manager.
Through the Mayor, no, not for my investigation. I could not see that it was on the register at that time. To a maintained standard, maintained road.
Councillor Hay?
I have another question.
Councillor Cryer.
My other question. Sorry, second question. Council accepted in 2002 an approval for tourist accommodation cabins down that road with conditions. What were the conditions? Was it for the road? I think that's true.
Through the director.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Councillors, this was a question that was posed late yesterday, I think, and we've had a look at the DAP online platform. It would take us longer, I think, respectfully, to pull those paper-based approvals that do not appear on the online system at the moment and evaluate those conditions.
Hang on.
Councillor Cryer.
I have one more question in relation to that. And also it'll probably need to be discovered as well. Have driveways been approved to come off these properties to go onto this as a designated road?
I think the manager is shaking his head.
I'd have to take it fully on notice, but unsure totally at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Moriarty, you got a question?
Just got a question for the manager. The 2010 street directory, which clearly shows Grahamsip Road marked in yellow like all other unsealed roads in the region, how do we interpret that as being never having been a maintained road or a constructed road? How can we explain that, please?
Through the Mayor, yes, that directory formulated had a number of other 5G roads listed within that directory. So how that information was pulled from the system, I'm unsure. I was not here at that time, but other 5G roads were highlighted within that directory as well.
The reason I asked the question is I've been through the directory quite closely and looked at a number of other roads, and all of the roads, the 5G roads are marked in clear and the unsealed roads are marked in yellow. So there may be some discrepancies here and there, but if you take Grahamsip Road is marked exactly the same as Clark Road, just up the road on the other side, which is a road that council maintains. I just cannot see any reason why it would be treated any differently and why it has been treated differently to Clark Road.
I'll take that on notice, but when I reviewed that document for other 5G roads and the other road networks, I was of that they were the same colour.
I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of the street directory with me, but I can assure you that they're not the same colour. The question, can I ask another question?
Yes, Councillor.
For the Director, Director, can you just repeat your suggestion from earlier, very early in the conversation, as a possible way forward, please?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, councillors, if you're looking at pursuing this amendment, my request would be to compel that council include as part 2 that contingent upon a policy review that Graham's Dip Road Bididaba, thank you, Councillor, I've been corrected on that, be added to Council's maintenance schedule in line with unsealed roads on its register. That will at least allow the Council to look at and have an informed discussion around the way that unsealed roads would be treated in line with the overarching policy, which would align to other councils that have incorporated this scenario into their policy position around Queensland.
Can I ask you a question, Councillor Moriarty? Are you happy to accept that as an amendment to your proposed motion?
I'd like to amend the motion. I'd like to include that in as part of point 2, so we can read it and have a look at it. Thank you.
Shall I go get that roads director while you write this up? I'll see if I've got one.
Mayor, can I just answer a question from the, it might have been a question more from Councillor Moriarty. I've got a road within 1 kilometre of home that was maintained in the 80s, and in that book it's still marked as yellow. I don't know how many more were like that, but Hall's Boundary Road, and it was someone renamed it Hall's Road then, but it was, I haven't seen a grader on there for probably 40 years.
Can the review be before the name does?
In the same way, it can be asked, it doesn't have to be before.
We can't make a decision before, it would be better to review the policy first. What? No? What? Should be first, that's right. Yeah. No other people upset. Yeah, and you do something before your policies are being reviewed. If you change the policy, then we can do it. Can I, change the motion?
Yeah.
Could you scroll back to the top? Oh, no, you're right.
So that's what Councillor Moriarty wants it changed to. Yeah. Although he wants to review the one in paragraph 2.
Yeah.
On review housing.
Yeah. Just add number 2.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No, I'm not happy with that. No. Just go back to my original motion.
Well, it's contradictory to point 1 at any rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to vote on anything, I'd vote on number 2, yeah, just 2 by itself.
Council undertake the review of the roads policy and if there is a further decision to make on someone, we're to review the policy.
Is that the motion you wish to proceed with, Councillor?
That's my original motion. Or
Amended.
amended motion.
Is there anyone wanting to talk to the motion? Talk for the motion, sorry? Councillor, you might like to wait till we've got through the for and against.
Can I ask another question?
You can, Councillor Coyle.
Thank you. Is Graham Dipps Road unique in that it was actually a subdivision with a road that for some reason was not put upon the developer to to put that in place? Does that make this a unique road?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm unaware of any uniqueness with the road. I'm the manager.
No, not that I'm aware of any uniqueness from there and what the conditions were back in 1993.
Oh, I probably mean unique situation.
Through you, Mr Mayor, still not. I'm not aware unless the manager or the director is.
Or in relation to other roads that Councillor McGuinness is saying, or can't remember who said it, that this is unfair on other ratepayers who've had to construct their own roads. So does this one, because it was already a subdivision with a road that didn't get put through, does that create it so it's like unique to that situation of unfairness to the other ratepayers?
Mayor, just a way of explanation, the one I was referring to wasn't a subdivision at all. It was an old gazetted road that council, good shortcut for a lot of people driving through, but no houses on that road, but it was, and there's no houses on this road either, but but the one I was referring to wasn't a subdivision at all.
I believe there is one house and 3 businesses, but I can be stood corrected. That would be a question.
Any further questions? Councillor Cryer?
That was my question. Is there a house up this road and 3 businesses? Or additional houses? I'm unsure.
Through the imagery on Graham's Dip Road, there is access to houses at the furthest end of the road.
Further questions?
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to talk to the motion? In the absence of that, I will talk to the motion after some good, robust questions that has provided not necessarily all the answers. It has been raised that is it a policy situation? I believe it is not a policy situation. I believe it is a situation about a road whereby we have constituents and ratepayers paying towards rates for services expected. I believe it is a fiscal position. I do not believe that out of a $100 million budget that this council cannot find its ways clear to provide the maintenance of some, and I do acknowledge what Councillor McInnes said, but we do not have a requirement to maintain it to a 5D standard. We probably have a requirement to send a truckload of gravel and a grader down there once a year, which would be in the order of $5,000 to $10,000. I support the motion because I think as councillors, we should be looking at every single situation like this in isolation for our constituency, the people that we represent. As a council, as a local government, our number one priority, and we do provide a lot of different services, but the public consider more than anything else that the number one thing that we do as a priority is roads. I said fiscally, is it responsible? I believe it is, to look to assist and support the ratepayer where fair and reasonable. We're talking about a $100 million budget and a potential maintenance bill of between $5,000 and $10,000. I do agree that there is a problem with policy, and that policy needs to be attended to. But as I pointed out to any case, and the one that I raised with Councillor Cryer earlier today, where policy is broken, absurd, or asinine, or however someone wants to describe it, it is not law. It is not a requirement to adhere to policy. Are we putting forward policy over the people that we represent? But I do agree, the policy that has been here since 2009, is my understanding, is not fit for purpose and does need reviewing. And I would encourage that a motion comes forward of that nature as soon as possible, and that review is undertaken in a timely manner. But I do believe that it shouldn't happen at the cost of the ratepayers, to lose on the service that should be provided to them. I do believe there is a history on this road, a long history, and the records, for whatever reason, have not been forthcoming. And I think the opportunity is to correct that record and to bring this road onto the asset register and maintain it for the ratepayer. Thank you. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
Yes, Mayor, I will. I hear what you're saying, and I always like not to necessarily make up my mind, and I listen to people that debate around this table. But I cannot agree with you in my wildest dreams that this is fiscally responsible. This is totally the opposite, in my opinion. We've had an indication of, I think it was 63 roads that could be in this category. I can see a flurry of roads coming forward, all wanting there, and that's individuals' rights to do it. But this sets a very strong precedent to all our people in way out areas, and unfortunately we have some real estate people who will encourage people that, yeah, they can put a house up there and everything else, and who knows how many houses will be up here, and there'll be naturally more maintenance on it, and that's people's right to do that once we start maintaining it. But it has a snowballing effect, and we look at roads all around the district, and we see that with so many more people here, roads are just wearing out so much quicker. Yeah, even if there's 4 of these cases come forward a year, yeah, we're looking at sort of 3%, 3 to 4% rate increase just to put money into these roads, to have them in a state that can be maintained in the long term. And yeah, we all want rates to be coming down, but this is just hasn't been taken into account here, and it's going to be very much an impost on council when all councils, forward-looking councils, forward-moving councils, when probably none of us are around this table, and they'll be where and it's a legacy issue that, yeah, generations will end up having to pay through their rates. And I hear what you're saying, Mayor, and I've heard what others have said, but I just cannot support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to talk for the motion? Councillor Moriarty, you wish to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just finish up with a couple of points, if I may. The first one is with regard to the fiscal responsibility argument. The reality is that council uses a lot of federal and state disaster money to undertake our road maintenance now. So the notion that 2, 3, 4% rate increase to cover 1 kilometre of road is preposterous. Once the road's on the asset register, we'll be able to source funding through QRA and other disaster things to conduct upgrade and maintenance moving into the future. Director, I'll confer that we use disaster funding to conduct a good deal of our unsealed road maintenance.
Point of clarification, Mayor, I was meaning for the upgrade of I thought I made that clear, for the $1 million+ to upgrade a kilometres of road.
Thank you.
sorry if I may, and I let that go. It wasn't, no. So what I was talking about was maintenance only, and have held that position, nothing to do with road upgrades. Your response to my motion, I appreciate, councillor, but the fiscal only refers to maintenance. I've said it several times, $6,000 to $10,000 on as I pointed out, a truck of gravel, a grader, a roller once a year, if that is required. Now, please don't make it difficult for me, councillor, throwing in questions. In summing up, if you can. Thank you.
My only other point is, I'll go back to the point that I started with, you know, the old adage about local government being about rates, roads and rubbish. At the end of the day, one of the fundamental rights that, you know, residents and ratepayers expect is a road access to their property, a safe and serviceable road, which is all the residents and ratepayers of Grahamstip Road are requesting. They certainly get the rates part of the equation. They get their rates every year and they pay their rates every year, faithfully, I'm sure, and on time. But they're not getting anything else. They're not getting any road maintenance. They're not getting a rubbish service. They're not getting anything else at all. There'd be tens of thousands of dollars rates come out of their road every year. I'm certainly of the opinion, as you alluded to, Mayor, that a truckload of gravel now and then and a grader and a roller, while the machinery is actually on site doing the road shoulders of Betters and Narang Road, for which we have the contract to do, would be incredibly inexpensive and a relatively good use of resources, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. I put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Motion carried. Those against? Motion carried, and call for a division if we could, please. So we have for the Mayor, Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, against Division 3, 4, 5 and 6. Thank you. We now move on to item 1111 and call upon Councillor Sanders. You're happy to withdraw? Item 1111 has been withdrawn. And now go on to item 1113 and call upon Councillor Chalk.
I'll introduce report 1113, which is the Australian Local Government Association call for motions for the 2026 National General Assembly. I'll take the report as read and I'll just move straight to the motion. The council submit the following motion to the 2026 National General Assembly for consideration. 1. This National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to restore the taxation revenue of federal assistance grants to a full 1%, and that this adjustment occur over a 5-year period. 2. This National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to consider a percentage of gross regional product collected as tax revenue from tourism industries to be distributed back to local governments for the purpose of addressing asset management and maintenance. 3. This National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to allocate and institute a component of disaster recovery funding arrangements to include additional allocations proportioned for betterment of affected assets to which funding is applicable following a natural disaster. 4. This National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to introduce a national framework to support local communities to manage the impact of short-term accommodation, e.g. Airbnbs, on local communities in the context of growing housing pressures.
Thank you, councillor. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Hay. Councillor Chalk, would you like to talk to your motion?
No, thanks.
Are there any questions that anyone would like to raise? Is anyone wanting to talk against the motion? With that said, I'll allow you to sum up. Councillor Chalk.
No, well, hopefully they lift the contributing back to local government to the 1%. I think it currently has been eroded down to close to half that. So it's a struggle for councils to pay for the needed infrastructure without that money coming down the federal government through taxation. So hopefully someone listens to that. Thank you.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Call upon Councillor Hay to introduce item 1114.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce late item 11.14. Thank you. I'd like to introduce late item 11.14, Local Government Association of Queensland Civic Leaders Summit 2026. It's been some years since council members have attended the summit. I think it was 4 years ago from memory, wasn't it?
So people get mixed up with this a bit. So this one is the Leaders Conference.
Oh,
Civic
sorry, the
Leaders,
Leaders Conference,
and
right.
it was attended last year by myself and the Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Not the summit. Okay, I'll take that back. Sorry. Okay. Right, I'll just get the right page of my notes here. Okay. 57. What page are we on the screen there? What
This is
page?
the minutes, councillor, not the agenda.
Okay.
You're after.
Oh, no, that's all right. Don't worry. Okay. I'll go back and start again and take the report as read. The program is reasonably extensive for this agenda item for the summit, and it's available on the agenda for everyone to read to see what items will be discussed at the summit and be of benefit to local councillors. Page 53. 53, that's what I thought I was on there, 53, thank you. So what we're anticipating or working towards with this agenda item is to consider that the Mayor and councillors participate in the Local Government Association of Queensland Civic Leaders Summit 2026, which is to be held on the 25th and 26th of March 2026 in Brisbane. The only impediment to that occurring at this point, if it's approved for councillors to attend, is that the summit dates coincide with the council scheduled for council's ordinary meeting on Wednesday, the 25th of March 2026. So in order to enable councillors to attend the summit and avoid a scheduling conflict, council is also going to request that we reconsider or reschedule the March ordinary meeting to Tuesday, the 31st of March 2026, and that will form part of the motion that I'm going to read out as well. The anticipated costs per person for those who wish to attend, and not everyone will be interested in attending, is estimated to be $1,470 per person, inclusive of GST. So I'll move straight to the motion. If I can find it, there we go. And I move that 1, council authorise interested councillors and the Mayor to attend to the Local Government Association of Queensland Civic Leaders Summit 2026 to be held in Brisbane on the 25th and 26th of March 2026, And 2, council reschedule the ordinary meeting currently scheduled for Wednesday, the 25th of March 2026 to Tuesday, the 31st of March 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Seconded to the motion? Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Hay, would you like to talk to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Only to say that I think the agenda items that are readily available for people to read through do indicate a number of items which would be significantly beneficial to our local councillors should they have the opportunity to attend. Thank you.
And are you proposing, a question for you, councillor, you're proposing that there's a few unknowns here, councillors' diaries and schedules. Are you proposing to bring back a report of who's attending and the cost to the ratepayer?
Yes, that would be in the future. I believe there has been expressions of interest sent out for councillors. I'm not privy to who has responded and thus don't have an indication of the total likely cost at this stage.
Any questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Anything further, councillor Hay?
No, thank you, Chair.
I'll put the motion to the floor. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Now turn to Councillor Cryer to introduce item 11.15.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.15, 2025 to 2026 December Budget Review. This report provides councillors with an overview of the 2025-2026 quarter to December budget review and the effect on the 2025-2026 budget position, including the long-term financial forecast. I'll move to the motion that in accordance with sections 169 and 170, section 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council adopt the 2025 to 2026 quarter to December budget review as outlined in the 1. Revised Statement of Comprehensive Income for 2025 to 2026 through 2027-2028 inclusive. 2. Revised Statement of Financial Position for 2025 to 2026 through 2027 to 2028 inclusive. 3. Revised Statement of Cash Flows for 2025 to 2026 through 2027 to 2028 inclusive. 4. Revised Statement of Changes in Equity for 2025 to 2026 through 2027 to 2028 inclusive. And 5. Revised Relevant Measures of Financial Sustainability.
Thank you, councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor McInnes. Thank you. Councillor Cryer, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yes, thank you. On a quarterly basis, Council reviews its adopted budget to make appropriate adjustments for change so as to promote transparent financial management. It is a legislative requirement for an amended budget to include all items identified in Section 169 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. So Council has reviewed its operational and capital financial performance for the period to the 31st of December 2025. Several revisions have been identified, both positive and negative, which have been incorporated into 2025-2026 December budget review revised budgeted financial statements. And, so I probably would have a question through the officer to elaborate.
Through the CEO.
Sorry, councillor, are you seeking the officer to speak to the report?
Yes, I would like, if the officer could speak further, that'd be great. Thank you.
I'll hand over to the Director.
Thank you, Councillor Cryer. In summary, councillors, I'll talk to the first statement there around council's operating budget. What is highlighted at the moment in our financial reports identifies council having an operating surplus position at the moment, which has been diminished by our performance over the last quarter. However, the timing of grant funding really masks the original position of council, which has a deficit underlying that position as it stands at the moment. That deficit position is just over $3.5 million, and due to the timing of the grants, that's not necessarily seen through the statement of comprehensive income on the first page. There's been reduced revenue as a result of lower revenue in relation to waste, in particular waste charges and waste levy payments, and there's also been impacts in relation to higher plant running expenses. In terms of the performance, certainly the investment interest is higher than anticipated. That's been boosted a little bit by the change in interest rates, and also looking at some operational savings across the balance. We will work to minimise that deficit position, but as has been forecast to council in other discussions, more than halfway through the financial year, it's likely that we will end the year with a deficit position. In relation to the capital budget, what has been identified of movements and a reduction in the capital program that takes that from a position of approximately $93 million back to a position of approximately $79 million. The majority of those works that have been removed have really been pushed into forward years due to the timing and delivery of the capital works program, and then being able to match our financial forecasts against those changes in delivery. What has been identified in the table on page 1 and 2 of the report attached to Council's meeting report identifies changes that relate to the funding of a project specifically related to Gallery Walk, and that's previously just been discussed by Council today. It identifies movements where those projects will be deferred, where there are savings, and how those savings can be applied to fund that project in totality. What's important to recognise is the reduction in the capital program from 93 back to 79 is based on our best efforts to deliver that work at this point in time, and has been forecast based around our knowledge of the current projects at that point in time. The reduction in the capital program does mean that we will have more cash available at the end of the financial year, but it is also influenced by the timing and payment of works related to disaster recovery, where often some of that payment's made in advance of works actually being completed. So council will, through a result of that, often have a higher cash holding than it might ordinarily have in relation to those works. Happy to take specific questions, but hopefully that narrative explains further for Councillor Cryer the nuances and changes in the report. Thank you.
Just a quick question, if I may, to the Director. So there are a certain number of items that you can't, it's too early to give us a final figure at this point in time, but you're talking about an operating deficit, suggested operating deficit of $3.5 million, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Just add to that question of yours, and if I've got the right figure there, Director, $2.5 million had been budgeted for from memory. 2.6 or 7, it might have been.
3 years.
It'll.
3 years, the CEO. I'll talk loud enough. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Try it now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Council, the original position was about $2.3 million when the budget was adopted back in June, July 2025. There have been a number of changes to the budget since that time, all of which have had a negative impact essentially on the deficit position that was forecast. We'll continue to manage that. And again, the timing of grant funding does mask that in the financial reports that are required to be produced.
Your memory was correct, Councillor. Any further questions? Councillor Hay?
Thank you. Through the chair, on page 89 of the late agenda, I just have a question in relation to item 9002026. Why has the $250,000 allocated for Fremont Drive drainage in Division 1 been totally removed from the current financial year, and it doesn't seem to reappear again in the subsequent 2 financial years, yet the funds have been transferred to a bridge rehabilitation project number?
Okay, Director. Just push your button there.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, so the reallocation of the $250,000 to the bridge project will allow the our bridge program to recommence. Drainage will then be looked at, I think, as part of a holistic drainage allocation in future years, as opposed to it being allocated directly towards Boundary Street as an individual project.
Button off, please. Thank you. So does that mean that in 3 financial years' time, there's a possibility that the Fremont Drive drainage will reappear and be funded again? This happened in my street, Charmet Drive, in 2009. We had $400,000 allocated, and it's now 2026. That money's completely disappeared and the drainage works have never happened, and I don't want to see that happen in Fremont Drive as well, given that drainage is probably the second highest problem on Tamborine Mountain.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Short answer to that is, Councillor, is yes, that's the prerogative of Council to include it back on the agenda at that point in time.
Thank you. I've only got 2 more quick ones. Page 112, the Tamborine Mountain Library body corporate fees have gone from $64,000 per annum down to $48,000. We rarely see anything reduced. Why would the body corporate fees have reduced?
Yeah. I think you're saving that question for the next item, but you thought you'd bring it forward.
Oh, no. No.
So which page are we referring to?
Oh, okay. Maybe it's 100. All right, well, 85, page 85, the Shelf Road Gabion landslip, 104,517 has been completely removed in the Q2 review. So is that project no longer necessary, or what's happened there? No, item 9001734, 85.
That wasn't the question. That's a different question, I think.
Yes, it is. Is it?
No, your previous question.
Okay, 112.
Yeah. This question is for this item.
Yep, sorry, I've jumped ahead in my paperwork. Yep. So the Shelf Road Gabion landslip funding, why has that been removed? Given that that's overall a significant project in excess of $10 million.
Councillor, I'll try and speak loud because the microphone's
Okay.
only allowed one at a time. Mr Mayor. Yes, so councillors, the specific allocation, the line item for the Gabion wall there has been reallocated the project, and the rehabilitation of the landslip will still be undertaken through the CRAP program, through the disaster relief and infrastructure recovery funding that's required. It's just not explicitly required through an allocation for the Gabion through this line item.
Clear as mud, thank you.
So it hasn't disappeared?
The program continues, councillors, yes. The program for rectification of the Shelf Road landslip continues to progress at present.
Thank you. And yes, the other question relates to the next item, sorry.
Councillor Moriarty, do you have a question?
I think I'm on the next item as well.
Okay.
Okay, I have.
Are we on with it?
Any other questions?
Yes. Yep.
Oh, I am on that one.
Councillor Moriarty.
I think I'm on that one. In the executive summary, it just says, and I hope I'm on the right document, reduction of advertising expenses of 0.159 million due to a more strategic approach being undertaken to advertising. Can I just, where are the savings being made, and what is that strategic approach?
Through you, Mr Mayor, councillor, we had an original budget in there of 190,000 that was put in there by a previous employee. We have not had any requests come through for that money come through to undertake marketing, so we've done a lot more in-house marketing and communications. That's where the savings have been made. So they've been asked as part of the budget process to say, is that money going to be spent? I think we've left 30,000 in there. Yeah, there's 30,000 still in there, especially given we're beyond the halfway period of the year.
Thank you.
Councillor Cryer.
I have two questions, thank you, Chair. The first one is going with the advertising budget. Is that like the what is that actually being? Can it be elaborated what it's actually being spent on? Like, is it just a main focus of?
You mean the cut? It was a cut.
Sorry.
It was a cut.
A cut.
And the CEO alluded to 30,000 is now being spent in-house.
No,
Okay.
No, sorry. 30,000 remains in the budget. We use our in-house staff to build on whatever's there. But at the second quarter review, it was $190,000 that had not been spent, so it's been forecasted down to 30,000. It's meant to be for marketing. It's meant to be for positive communication.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. No. I was just wondering about the delivery of the messages from council. My other question is on page 71 in the reallocation to the gallery walk funding in relation to capital works for Verisdale Scrub rehabilitation. Will that be now brought forward when it comes readjust the time frame? Will that be in conjunction with the second stage through the chair?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Will it be in conjunction with the second stage?
Concurrent.
Concurrently, yes, considering that there are many stages up this road.
Through Mr Mayor, and about to go to the Director, we will need to go through the capital works budget as we do this, and given the movements that have occurred, to see what can still be included or what gets pushed out even further. In all likelihood, it's going to be even further, unless there is some TMR funding that becomes available.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? had a second. Yeah, Councillor McInnes, that's right. Thank you. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now call upon Councillor up to 1116. Councillor McInnes, please, to introduce item 1116.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm pleased to introduce 11.16, unaudited monthly financial report for January 2026. I take the report as read. And just seeking council's endorsement for this unaudited monthly financial statement. And therein is the recommendation. I so move council receive the unaudited monthly financial report for January 2026. Some of this is we've talked about in the previous resolution, but it's it is lumpy, I suppose it's fair to say. And you look through here, there's certainly not going 100%, but it's thank the officers for their involvement in preparing this for us. So I so move, and if someone likes to second it, and officers might like to talk in more detail to it, if there's anything coming out of January compared to the budget review that we've just talked about.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconder to the motion, Councillor Sanders. A request for the Director to provide a summary. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, so the report for the period to the end of January, again, as the Deputy Mayor has indicated, report's somewhat skewed by the second half rate levy. So when you're looking at the statement of comprehensive income, it shows a net surplus position there of $70 million. That's obviously influenced significantly by the second levy. Rates were due and payable by about last week, so the rating period has closed. It does skew the data somewhat in terms of the operating position of council, but of note we continue to try and monitor particularly employee expenses and materials and services against the budget. Some of that expenditure again is a little bit lumpy. If I look at the capital delivery report, so part 5 there in terms of the statement of financial performance around capital expenditure, the actual year-to-date spend is just under $35 million, and there are commitments there in place of, $30 million. So we're looking at, potentially being 65 million through that 79 number that was recently talked to in the last budget review report. So that does indicate progress towards that position being achieved in terms of the capital spend for the organisation. The other information I'll take as read, there will be, not linear movements in some of those expenses and revenues. And I do note some of the fees and charges are a little down and some are a little ahead, and so it's not really a linear process, but we'll continue to monitor those. And also, just give context to that, we're looking at some of those fees being reviewed through the 26-27 budget process. Happy to take any questions on the specifics of the report councillors might have. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director. Is there any questions from the members?
There will be in a minute. Sorry, our page numbering's got a bit out of step. That's it. Thank you. If we could go to page 107, please. The second last line, infrastructure charges. It's a negative around 433,000 in the last column. What brought that about? sorry, I haven't had the mic on. That one there, the infrastructure charges has got a reduction of 433,000. Can I ask through the chair what caused that reduction?
Through the chair, to Director.
Councillor Hay, it's not necessarily a reduction. What it says is that we budgeted for about $2.5 million throughout the full financial year. The estimated cash flow for that was supposed to be around about a $1.5 million yield until now. We've only got just over, $1 million, so we're just behind what's been scheduled. Again, the timing of that might not necessarily be linear, and it will depend on the progress of the lots coming online and work back through the other two directorates from planning and infrastructure services. So it's just below where it was scheduled to be at this point in time. There's not actually money that's lost there, it just hasn't been received.
So we could catch up. Thank you. Back to page 112.
Could I just ask a supplementary to that while we're on the infrastructure charges and that fees and charges? That's about forecasting as well. But to the Director, is it fair enough to say that we've got an outstanding fees and charges amounts owing and how that's accounted for in the budget? Do we, i.e. do we take a part of that in forecasting our revenue, or is it because it's that fees and charges might apply to other years?
True, Mayor, it's not an exact science, so it is forecast on how those lots come online. I might seek some assistance from my peers here on how those developments actually come online, but we would budget on say necessarily on a per lot basis, but perhaps a per development basis, knowing that they come online, and probably estimate how those constructions happen throughout the year to realise when those infrastructure charges are actually payable. But I might ask for some clarity from either of my peers.
And I wasn't asking so specifically to developments coming online, that's understandable as well. I was specifically going to older debtors in relation to fees and charges, particularly after and around COVID, that are still outstanding.
You'd have to take that question on notice, Mayor, in terms of any outstanding debtors around that COVID period. I know that there were some delays or deferments around that period. Yeah, I'll leave it at that, thanks.
Fair enough, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Hay.
Yes, I'll go back to my question about the Tamborine Mountain Library Body Corporate, which is on page 112, item 729026. Originally it was 64,000 for the whole financial year, and then in column 3 it dropped to 48, and year to date we're down to 0. Given that we're now at the end of January, 7 months into the financial year, do we pay those body corporate fees annually, or why have we paid nothing year to date?
So, through Mr. Mayor, can we come back to you on this? There's a couple of other issues floating with the body corporate that we'd like to discuss.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
No, thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes?
No to it, Mayor.
Those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. And that brings us to item 12.1, where we'll move into confidential. If I could have a motion from the floor, please. Councillor Moriarty?
Thank you, Chair. I just move that in accordance with Council's standing orders for council meetings policy and provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council close the meetings to the public to discuss confidential items as follows. 12.1 sale of land for overdue rates and charges progress. Close S section 2543.
254J.
J 3I or 1. As discussion will be held about sale of land action.
Thank you. A seconder to the motion, Councillor Hay. Those in favour? All in? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We will go into closed session and look to come back on the half hour. Thank you very much. Thank you and welcome back. And if I can have a motion to come into open. On the floor, Councillor Moriarty.
I move the council resume an open session for the proposal of resolutions.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Hay. Those in favour? Motion carried. I now call upon Councillor Chalk to introduce item 12.1. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, today I'll introduce report 12.1, which is the sale of land for overdue rates and charges progress, closed under S254J3I. I'll just move straight to moving a motion that 1, council resolved to proceed with sale of land action on the following properties. Property number 5744, 6166, 10257, 10346, 11204, 13120, 15277, 24783, 26514, 27624, 35680, 36541, 36677, 37201, 926665, 927041, 927391, 929141, and number 2, council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to take all further steps under Chapter 4, Part 12, Division 3 of the Local Government Regulations 2012 to effect sale of land procedures, including for the avoidance of doubt, the power to end sale proceedings. So moved.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Hay. Councillor Chalk.
Nothing to add, Mr Mayor.
Given the nature of the motion, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors, and thank you to the gallery. That draws the meeting to a close at 1:02 p.m. Thank you.